BetMGM tonight. Probably the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Orban in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to be talking to the one, the only John the Coachman here momentarily. We're going to be breaking things down in the NBA, get his thoughts on Game 2, the Western Conference Finals, about to get underway in OKC. We'll get his thoughts in the NFL as well. I'm going to pick his brain about some of his favorite futures in the awards market. So don't miss that conversation. By the way, if you want to converse with us, you absolutely can. You want to talk NBA betting, NHL betting, MLB betting, NFL futures, or some fantasy football? I know you do. All you got to do to contact Tori and I is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: which NFL Philadelphia Eagles specifically has the most fantasy football bust potential at his current position ADP? Your choices are Jalen Hurts at quarterback 5, Saquon Barkley at RB2, A.J. Brown at wide receiver 10, or Devontae Smith at wide receiver 21. So far, over 280 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep on firing your votes, and also bring the noise with your comments. Bring those in on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. We're going to read them a little bit later on in the show. All right. We're going to have Jonathan Coachman on. We're working through a tech issue with him at the current moment in time. We're about to get underway in OKC, Game 2, the Western Conference Finals. Horvat, you and I are in lockstep. We believe Minnesota somehow, some way is going to cover this thing +8. Why?
Yeah, I mean, I think they might win this game outright, man, right? Like, these two teams, granted the regular season, we're learning it means absolutely nothing. Like I've always said, we saw the Knicks get swept by the Celtics in the regular season, then beat them in 5. But these two teams split 2 apiece, and I just think that we're going to get a better effort from Ant, man. I mean, Minnesota is the second best defensive team as far as efficiency, so they're not far off. And they played really well in the first half. They just completely fell apart in the third quarter when they got outscored 31-18 or whatever it was. I don't think they're going to have that scoring drought tonight. So I at least think that they cover the 8. I don't know if they win the game outright, but I at least like them to cover.
All right, we'll keep you up to date. All the action going down in Oklahoma right now. Let's bring on John the Coachman, host of Coach and Company and the Coach and Bro Show with Vince Russo. Also follow him on Twitter, where he's always bringing it to you there at the Coach Rules. Again, at the Coach Rules. Jonathan, welcome to BetMGM tonight. Straight away from me, Horvat and I are still in shock at what transpired last night inside Madison Square Garden. Did the dramatic choke 2.0 greatly alter how you see this series going down between the Knicks and, of course, the Spurs? Currently at BetMGM, Indiana is -170 to take the series with New York at +140. So what's your assessment of the Eastern Conference Finals, my man?
Well, first and foremost, I need you to do a voiceover on the Coach and Bro Show, because that sounded way better than the way I say it. But thank you guys for having me on the show tonight. I said this morning, Brad, I said that was the best playoff game I've ever seen for a lot of reasons, from the dramatic shot being hit, for being down 14 with less than 3 minutes to play. But when you throw all that into the mix, I think it was an unbelievably debilitating loss for the Knicks. There's a lot of videos that came out throughout the day that I'm sure you guys saw. The Knicks fighting on the bench when they're up by several points late in the game. That, to me, does not go unnoticed. And now, what's going to happen when we get to Game 2 and then head to Indiana? Guys, even if they're up double digits in the final 2 minutes, they're going to feel nervous. They're going to have to play their starters all the way to the end of the game. I think the way they won, and the fact that Indiana did not give it up in the overtime, because how many times have we seen it? You come all the way back, and then the home team blows them out in the overtime. But I thought it was the best game I've ever seen. I thought the performances were out of this world. I thought Neesmith was all world. And I think the Pacers, who I picked pre-series at +149, I think they'll go on to win this series.
Nice.
Love that. Love that. Coach, we just tipped off here in OKC. We're tied up at 10:23 to go. Who did you like pre-flop in this game, and who do you think ultimately comes on top in this series, represents the Western Conference in the finals? Are you sticking with OKC, or do you think Minnesota has a shot here to pull off the upset?
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about it, and to me, oh my God, the referee's bleeding from his nose right now. Here's the deal, guys. You got two superstars. You got one who never opens his mouth. His team follows him everywhere. It's the consummate team. Now, is it sexy? No, but this is how good they are. Minnesota, you got a very immature star who's been fined over $400,000 for just stupid stuff. So to me, Minnesota doesn't have a shot. This is only going to go 5, maybe 6. But I don't even know when people evaluate this game why they think Minnesota even has a chance against them. I thought the Thunder were going to blow them out in game 1. They did. I think they blow them out again tonight. And I watched that locker room stuff, and I need a coach that gives me a little something. I always tell my guys on Coaching Company, don't be too cool for school. I watch you guys all the time. Give me a little bit of energy. Their coach in the locker room's like, guys, physicality. We got to do better than game 1. That's not what I need on the road. This Thunder team has been the best team all year. They will continue to be. The only discussion is, will they cover or will they not cover? I also like the under tonight.
I don't know how closely you're following along day one at the Charles Schwab, man. Obviously, the PGA Championship last week, Scotty Scheffler gets the dub. He's the favorite right now. I'm looking at the odds at BetMGM. He's plus 250. He's 5 back. Would that be your looks, Scheffler? Is it that easy this week, do you think? Or is there anybody down the board maybe that you like or any looks that you like at the Charles Schwab Challenge?
It's crazy, and I don't know if you guys know this, but I actually work for the PGA Tour. I just called the Truist on PGA Tour Live 2 weeks ago. And to me, when Scotty Scheffler's in a golf tournament, I don't bet. And here's why. Because the numbers are so bad. And then when he goes out and does what he did a week ago, you're like, why the hell didn't I pick him in my one and done? Or why the hell didn't I think he was going to get it done? This guy is so good. He is Tiger 2.0. And right now, you just said the number. Are you serious right now? Plus 250, I believe he's 4 shots back. If you really want to educate people, like you guys do every single night here on BetMGM tonight, you would never tell a person at home to bet plus 250 down 4 strokes at any point. And so to me, I looked at the leaderboard. There's not one person that the average golf fan would know at the top of the leaderboard, which tells you that by Saturday night, what's going to happen? You're going to see Scotty Scheffler at the top of the leaderboard. He's going, oh, shucks, I slept in my own bed tonight, and I'm going to have my second or third win with my son who doesn't want to go to his mom. I mean, it's a great story. He's a boring golfer, but my God, does he look – it looks a lot of fun. So to me, whenever it's like this, I mean, Pack, Rogers, Hitsasuni, Schmidt, who are these guys? And I work for the PGA Tour. So, no, I wouldn't bet on Scheffler, but I certainly wouldn't bet on any of these dudes at 4 under par either.
Great advice there. We're talking to Jonathan Coachman, host of Coaching Company and the Coach and Bro Show with Vince Russo. Follow him on X, would you kindly? At the Coach Rules. Again on X, at the Coach Rules. Coach, we're diehard fantasy football players. Managers are drooling over the prospects of drafting Ashton Genty of the Raiders, who's currently going around the turn in 12-team half-point PPR drafts. What kind of splash do you see him making year one in Vegas? Is your pick to win Offensive Rookie of the Year as well at plus 250?
He's not, and I'm going to tell you why. Because the Raiders, I'm a diehard Chiefs fan. I come from Kansas. It's like my adopted home. When you got to be anything, Offensive Rookie of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year, MVP, whatever it is, most of the time you got to be on a winning team. And when you're a running back, you need carries, you need yards. What are the Raiders going to be this year? Behind a lot of the time. But it's not even so much, Brad, that. It's the fact that everybody's falling in love with the running backs now because of Saquon Barkley. To me, nothing really has changed. These are outliers to me. What's the easiest position, guys? And I'm not a fantasy guy, but I know the NFL. The easiest positions to translate from college to the pros is defensive back and wide receiver. You got all of that in Travis Hunter. And then you see some of the videos of him in the early camp with the Jacks. I mean, this dude is electric. He also is a very hard worker. He's also a team player. Hell, he's nice to old women on planes, for God's sake. So to me, it's a very easy pick. It's Travis Hunter. I definitely wouldn't go Cam Ward or Shadir Sanders because quarterbacks also don't play well as rookies. This one is Travis Hunter's to lose, although I love Genty, but not for a losing team that's going to be throwing it for the last, 18 minutes of every single game.
Yeah, don't sleep on RJ Harvey as well at 22-1 to win the hardware and offensive rookie of the year. Yeah, worth a sprinkle for sure. Coach, we'll get you out of here on this. Sticking in the NFL, Horvath and I are previewing the Philadelphia Eagles later on the program at BetMGM. The over-under on the reigning Super Bowl champs is set at 11.5 wins. It's slightly juiced to the over at -115 and -102 on the under. What do you say on fly, Eagles fly, over under 11.5 wins this year?
Die, Eagles, die. This is what happens when you win the Super Bowl. This is what happens. Anybody, before you bet this, look at their schedule. 4 of their first 5 games against playoff teams. They have to play the Chiefs. They have to play the Bills. They have to play the NFC North, which includes the Lions and the Packers. They have so many playoff teams on their schedule, and all they have to do is lose 6 of them. They, I think, got a little bit better, but they also lost a few players that I think they'll absolutely miss. So for me, I'm going under, and if I go under, that means it's going to be at least 11-6 or 10-7, which means they will not be a number 1 seed, which means they will not repeat as Super Bowl champions. I think they're going to struggle every single week, with the exception of maybe against the Giants, maybe against the Bears. But everybody else, that's a really hard schedule. I think it's the hardest in the entire NFL.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, my friend. You and I very much in the same wavelength. Coach, we're up against it. We appreciate the time. John the Coachman, host of Coaching Company and the Coach and Bro Show with Vince Russo, also does some excellent work for the PGA Tour. Follow him on X at the Coach Rules. On X at the Coach Rules. When we come back here on BetMGM tonight, another edition of NFL Exotics. You like football futures? We do. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is a Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Coming up on the show, a recap of Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals from beautiful and luxurious Oklahoma City. We'll also check in on Caitlin Clark and the Fever as well. In 20 minutes, how about the NFL with the Commanders getting a surprise visitor at rookie camp? That's a very interesting story at 6:40. A fond farewell to Around the Horn on ESPN and a very special commencement speaker at Maryland. We have to tell you about that. You're never going to guess it. At 7 o'clock, we'll take a look at the Knicks as they try to recover from that devastating loss to the Pacers in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Baseball plays come your way at 7:20, and then a very special guest at 7:40. How about that? ESPN's John Buchacross joins the show to give us his take on the Stanley Cup playoffs. And then it's back to basketball in the 8 o'clock hour with Keith Smith from the front office show. Best bets come your way at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins in D.C. She's Chelsea Messenger in Nashville. Chelsea, what's going on?
Yeah, good morning. Friday before a holiday weekend, Jenks. What's our effort level today? Is it around 60%? I feel like one of those kids in the month of May at school, where I remember in like grade school, where like the month of May was just like field day, and it's like popsicle day. I don't think I did any learning in the month of May ever in my school career.
Oh, wow. Man, if your school year ended in April, you were probably valedictorian. I don't know if I have it in me to mail it in. If I mailed it in, I'd just call in sick. But my mom was good about it. She would always know. She's like, do you just need a day today? I'd be like, yes. And she'd be like, okay, stay home. And my mom was a teacher. She taught right next door because I had my mom as a teacher in junior high. So if I was sick, everybody knew about it. But I get it. Sometimes there's days where you're just like, I'm not 100% today. And I don't feel like giving 100% today.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying like it's the week or the day before a holiday weekend. So it just feels a little bit airier is like all I'm saying. You know, it's a week before the long weekend. Like, I'm not saying that it's going to be a terrible show from me. I'm just making a little joke.
All right. Good. Let's hear about your bets from last night because those were no joke. 2-0.
Yeah, nice night on the diamond and the hardwood for me. Best bet of the night was Anthony Edwards over his points prop of 24.5. I figured that he was going to shoot the ball more than last time, only shot 13 times in game 1, and he said as much after the game. I need to shoot the ball more. So this was the beat writer special, and it came through. He wasn't especially efficient, but he did shoot more, and he finished with 32 points. Also had the Rangers and Yankees under 7.5 runs. Yankees won it 1-0. So that was an easy winner for a squad play.
Nice job on that. I was on that as well. Had the Thunder on the money line, Phillies on the money line. Oh, yeah, degenerate two-team parlay. That was a winner. But took a loss with the Braves. That's what I get. Betting on the Braves against my team, the Nationals. They lose in 10 innings, 8-7. Still, 2-1 evening. As for the Dogster, had the Tigers yesterday, which I didn't think was a bad bet. Had the Tigers on the money line hosting the Guardians, but the Guardians win 7-0. So, you've rallied this week. You're 6-3. I'm 7-5. The Dogster 2-2. Not too shabby here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us as we get you set for a Memorial Day weekend. And the Thunder are going into the weekend feeling mighty fine. They downed the Timberwolves last night, 118-103. The Thunder laying 8 points. They're minus 329 on the money line. Total set at 218 and the over hits. Before the game, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets his moment.
Shai, for you, it's always been team first. But you led this team to the best record in the NBA, the most wins in franchise history. Congratulations. You are the NBA Kia MVP.
That is NBA Commissioner Adam Silver via ESPN. So when that was handled, SGA goes right to work, especially in the third quarter.
All right, listen, he's everything you want in a franchise player as Wallace knocks down the three. And the lead is ballooned to 15. It's one of those second-half thunderbolts right now. Alexander Walker finds Gobert, knocked away by SGA. Here comes Wallace, alley-oop to Holmgren.
Once again, call courtesy of ESPN. The newly crowned MVP scores 38 points, goes 12 of 21 from the field. Jalen Williams, a double-double, 26 points, 10 rebounds. Chet Holmgren with 22. So the Thunder taking a commanding 2-0 series lead. We went back and forth on this game yesterday. I think we ultimately decided that the Thunder were the team, and they covered the number last night. They look great.
Yeah, absolutely. That defense continues to be absolutely stifling because even though they got a lot from Anthony Edwards in this one, as far as the points go, it wasn't efficient and nobody was getting easy buckets all night long. The Thunder continued to be the best team in the NBA at clogging up the paint and making it really tough for those high percentage shots. So they had to rely heavily on the three-point shot. And here's the thing. The Timberwolves continue to not shoot well in this series, and obviously some of that goes back to the defense. But still, when you're shooting 28% from the three-point line and you can't make a two-point shot in the paint, you're not going to win many games, and you're certainly not going to win many against the Thunder when you only score 103.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards hit his points prop. You were all over that. Mm-hmm. But again, just inefficient from the field, 1 of 9 from long range. Julius Randle, 6 points, 2 of 11 from the floor. It feels like this is one of those moments for the Timberwolves. Like the Thunder are dynamic enough where they can kind of have an off half. Like we saw that in game 1, and then they just flip a switch and they turn it on and they can blow you out. That really can't happen for Minnesota. They just don't. They can't take it up to that next level. So if they have a bad shooting game from Ant Edwards, who was okay, but Julius Randle in particular, 6 points, like that's just not going to cut it in this series.
Well, especially because Oklahoma City is one of the best teams at closing the door at the end of halves and the end of games. Like we saw in this one where the Timberwolves were kind of hanging on, at the half, like right before halftime. And Oklahoma City has this flurry where I think SGA hit a 3. And it's just they're so good at putting the punctuation mark, even if games are close, and that kind of shows that this is a team that's ready to take the next step, because that was the question that we all were asking going into the season. They're a young team and they were really good during the regular season, but how would they respond in the postseason? So I feel like that question has kind of been answered here, but you're right. It feels like everything kind of needs to go right for the T-Wolves to hang with the Thunder. Meanwhile, in the first half, Thunder didn't really shoot that well either. I think they were shooting like 17% from the three-point line and still were. It just felt like every time the Timberwolves had a good stretch, the Thunder would just like effortlessly take it back because the Thunder can score so quickly. So that's the deadly combo, is that the Thunder are so good at defense and they also have an effortless offense that can score on you in so many ways.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed that we haven't seen the competitiveness in this series that I thought we were going to see. It's only 2 games, so it could certainly ramp up. And, of course, you compare it to Game 1 in the Eastern Conference Finals. Nothing's going to compare to that. But I would have thought over a couple games at least, particularly in a Game 2, that the Timberwolves would have responded here because in the previous series, even if they've lost the first game, they've always come back really strong in the second. But we're not seeing it here. So I'm beginning to wonder, when we looked at the exact series prices before this series got underway, I believe the favorite was the Thunder to win 4-1, and now I'm kind of seeing that might be the case.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the T-Wolves have a good game. We just haven't seen it, because that's the thing. If they do hit their threes, which again during the season they had shooters, Anthony Edwards led the league in three-pointers made. And also, like, this was a very down game for Julius Randle, who's been one of the most consistent presences for the Timberwolves during the postseason. Only had 6 points in this game, 2 of 11 from the field, 0 of 3 from the three-point line. So, I mean, they still have plenty of ways that they can certainly get better. But some of these things look like trends that aren't going to be corrected. Like the fact that Rudy Gobert is pretty much negated in this series, only 5 points. He did have 9 rebounds at least in this one, which for how tall he is and how many first-round picks he cost you, he should have something to add to the stat sheet. But it just feels like that. Again, it goes back to the defense in the paint, but Julius Randle has to be better. He's the number 2 guy, and if he only scores 6, feels like the T-Wolves don't stand a chance.
Yeah, he's got to perform better than that. And he's been great during the playoffs, just not last night in Game 2. If you're curious about the series price now, the Thunder are minus 2,500. The T-Wolves are 11-1. The favorite now, if you're looking at exact series price, is the Thunder winning 4-1. That is 2-1. Well, the Caitlin Clark watch continues here on the show. And they get a little rebound. Little revenge last night. The Fever do. They faced the Dream a couple nights ago in Indiana. And, of course, we were on the Fever. They lost that game, but they win last night in the ATL, 81-76. They just covered the 4.5-point spread by the hook. Fever minus 190, total set at 173.5. The under hits. Caitlin Clark, actually, not a good game. 11 points, goes 0-4 from long range. And this is absolutely bonkers. This is the first time she has gone a game without a 3-point shot in 140 games. That goes back to her sophomore season, January 13th, 2022, when she was at Iowa in a game against Purdue. But it doesn't matter. Natasha Howard scores 26. Fever, again, little revenge from the other night, but Caitlin Clark just having an off night.
Right. And she's not going to be, explosive every single night. And it's one of those things where she has become so good that we expect greatness from her every single night. It's similar to like Nikola Jokic. When he doesn't have a triple-double, you're like, what happened to Nikola Jokic? But in this game, obviously the ultimate goal is to win the game. And I think that's how this year might be a little different for the Fever, because last year it just felt like the coming out party for Caitlin Clark. But this Fever team is better all around. Like we've talked about the new addition, Sophie Cunningham is back. And like you said, it was Natasha Howard that had the big game in this one. So that's part of being a good team player is, maybe you don't have the hot hand that night. You pass it to somebody who does. And in the end, it was the Fever who won the game. And that's the main goal.
Ryan Howard leads Atlanta in the loss with 26. Clark said before the game she was really enjoying the Pacers playoff run. I think she shared a video of her cheering on Tyrese Halliburton. So, man, you have to love being an Indiana basketball fan right now. Like, you got the Fever and Caitlin Clark. Her career is just starting. And you got this young Pacers team. I mean, Nirvana right now is in Indianapolis.
Right, with the exception of maybe in the college ranks, right? Indiana basketball feels like they're not really up to the level that they normally are, but you're absolutely right. When Indiana is on the map in games that matter, and especially when you have the face of like women's sports and one of the biggest faces in all of sports, regardless of gender, it is a huge deal. So it's certainly a moment for Caitlin Clark, for Tyrese Halliburton, for the Pacers. Did you see where Tyrese Halliburton's mom was on the Today Show? She was like in the crowd. And they pointed her out because the girl that she was, or the lady she was with, had on Pacers gear. They both had on Pacers gear. So they were talking to the woman next to her. And she was like, yeah, this is Tyrese Halliburton's mom. And they're like, really? She's like, yeah. You could tell she didn't really want to talk. I think she just wanted to enjoy the Today Show experience. But she's sightseeing. She's seeing it all. So what a moment for that family. And like you said, the entire region.
Yeah, good for Mom. Also, I know you're thinking, oh, you're not going to cover Angel Reese? Just can't. No. Angel Reese watch continues as well. The Liberty beat the Sky last night, and this game was not particularly close. Let me scroll up because I forgot to write down the score here. It was not close. It was 99-74. Liberty. The Liberty laying 10.5 points. They were minus 750 on the money line. Total set at 164 and a hook, and the over hits. Tough night for Angel Reese. Only 2 points, goes 0 of 8 from the field, but she does grab 12 rebounds. Huge night for the Liberty in this blowout. They set a WNBA regular season record with 19 three-pointers, including 4 from Natasha Cloud, as the Liberty shoot 55% as a team. But just like Caitlin can have a bad night, so can Angel Reese. It's just that when you have these massive expectations, anything outside of a stellar performance is going to be a letdown. And look, these are still players in their second years.
Yeah, even though some of these, I will call them lowlights, were kind of tough to watch, because the disappointing part is Angel Reese is so good at getting rebounds, and she gets so many second chances down low. So these are second chance looks from 30 feet away, and she still misses them. So that was not fun highlights to watch. But the Liberty are a really good team. Sabrina Ionescu, Brianna Stewart. So there is no shame in losing to one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, and also it's super, super early in the WNBA season. But I was reading about the Dream before this show, and it's amazing. You talk about the growth of the WNBA and I know Caitlin Clark was in town last night, but as a data point there, the Dream used to play in a facility that held about 3,300 people. Now they play where the Hawks play at State Farm Arena. That holds more than 16,000 fans, and last night's game against the Fever absolutely sold out. So the WNBA continues to drive fans into the arenas, and its popularity continues to grow. Coming up next here on the show, the Titans drafted their man at quarterback, and now they have locked him into a brand spanking new contract. Plus, the Commanders have some special visitors for their rookies out in Ashburn. NFL news is headed your way on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on Friday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It's a Friday. Great to be here. Long weekend coming up. Hope you have great plans. Or maybe you're doing nothing. Sometimes that's the best thing to do. Absolutely nothing. I got these smelling salts here. Now, I just want to say I've learned my lesson. I actually sniffed these last week because I am a walking moron. But now I understand that these are just for smelling. Oh, not for sniffing. And they're actually working, I have to say. I'm going to start using these in addition to coffee and maybe in addition to Red Bull. They are keeping me awake. So now I have discovered something that actually serves a purpose now that I know how to properly use it. Imagine that.
It's nice when, the name gives you a hint on how to actually use them.
It is.
Smelling salts, right? But do you think you ever adapt to these? Is it similar to like coffee where you have to drink more eventually? Do you think it ever wears off, like the effect?
I don't think so. I mean, these things are pretty strong.
There might be in the package a number of uses that you get from them.
Oh.
The smell wears off?
The smell wears off after, I don't know, like 150 uses. So I think you're good for a little bit.
Yeah. This thing is like from here. Like you can't even see it on camera. Like I just have it down at the desk. I'm like, my God, what is this? Because it's like you were saying, they're not even packets. It's just a full bottle of smelling salts. So, okay. I'm glad I have that. Guys, we got some exciting news. Very exciting news. College football news yesterday. Did I break the desk? No. You kidding me? Ring slides right off. The grease is back like old times. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Delicious. Delicious. If I need a snack, don't worry. I got it right here. The College Football Playoff Committee has made a decision, and a smart one. So now we're moving to a straight seeding model in the sport, which this should have been last year. So instead of, hey, we're just going to crown the top 4 seeds as the top 4 conference champions, now it's regardless of conference. The playoff committee is going to say these are the top 4 teams, regardless of whether or not you won your conference title, which benefits teams like in the SEC or in the Big Ten. And now we're going to seed accordingly. So we won't see, for example, I mean, we could, but we won't see maybe a Boise State or an Arizona State in the top 4 unless they just dominate teams. So this is good news for the big boys and not so good news for the conferences that don't play more elite schedules.
Yeah, but it makes so much sense. Like, this was a really easy fix, and this is what everybody was clamoring for in year 1. So I'm glad that the College Football Committee actually listened to us, and they actually made an improvement, because that's the thing with anything. You can, people make mistakes, and there are things that should have been done a different way, but all you can do is change and be better the next year. So at least we see it finally in the correct mode. So, Jenks, let me ask you, do you think there's anything else that needs to be tweaked? Or do you think for now that this is pretty close to a perfect model?
It's pretty close to a perfect model, but they're going to screw with it. They're absolutely going to screw with it. Like, I think 8 was fine. I didn't necessarily think we needed to go to 12. Okay, fine. But there was, of course, like in every article, there was that tidbit at the end where they're considering, not this next year, but they will be considering at some point a 16-team field. So this is just going to, I mean, if there's more money to be made, they're going to find a way to make it. That's all this is. This is about the almighty dollar. We don't need 16 teams in college football. We saw last year that even having 12 was probably a little too many. Okay, maybe you get an upset or two, maybe. But now you're going to expand it to 16. Like, I hate this idea. It's not going to happen this year, but this is definitely going to happen.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because they're looking over their shoulder and saying, Roger Goodell continue to add games, making them go all the way to different countries. And they're like, listen, if he can make money making more games, we're going to do this. So absolutely, it's about the almighty dollar. And I'm not like hoping for that day, but it's just one of those things where you'll have to live in, the world of reality. I was just thinking about this. Like, how many teams make the NFL playoffs? 14, according to my Google search. And that is a league that has way more parity than college football. Because that's the thing. Like, college football just doesn't have the level of parity that the NFL has. So you're saying that there needs to be 16 teams in college football? It just doesn't make a ton of sense to me, especially now with NIL making those top tier teams even further apart from the smaller schools.
I can't wait till we go to 64. I'm pumped about it. I can't wait until Salisbury takes on Alabama. It's going to be awesome. Okay.
God.
I mean, they're just going to keep on going. They're going to keep on going. All right, whatever. Speaking of Salisbury University, the reason why I mentioned that is because Dan Quinn, the head coach of the Commanders, went to Salisbury. That's why it popped in my head. And he had a very, I can't say it on the air, basically he gave the graduates some words of advice at the end, and he said, let it effing rip, which was, I thought, definitely a choice. But that's his motto. That's who he is. If you know Dan Quinn, that's right up his alley. But the Commanders and Dan Quinn, a couple weeks ago, brought in Navy SEALs to talk to their players during rookie minicamp. So they brought in SEALs to talk to players for 30 minutes, talked about teamwork, communication, and then what they did to sort of build teamwork based on an activity was they had a 200-pound log, and they formed 3 teams, 2 teams of players, 1 team of coaches, and then each team had to lift this log, and the team that held up the log the longest won. So it's always interesting what coaches are willing to do to motivate their players, to motivate their team. This is an interesting team-building activity. I would be intimidated and could not lift a 250-pound log. If I had to lift a 25-pound log, I'd be like, how long do I have to do this? 30 seconds? Okay, I'll give it a shot. But I love this idea.
Yeah, I think it's great for team building because it kind of shows, what you're really made of. And it shows you how you need to work with your teammates because things can get, a little testy if you're trying to lift something that heavy. Jenks, remember I was telling you about that show that I was watching? I think it was on Fox where it was like Navy SEALs training and all these celebrities and former athletes were on it. And it's wild how their personalities change when things go wrong. So they did a lot of things like this. They did like 50-mile hikes with like 45-pound backpacks on. They had to like row a canoe across the bay with like a bunch of stuff. They have to like detonate a bomb or, undo a bomb. I don't know what the word is for that. And it shows you people's true character. Like they had Cam Newton on it. And Cam Newton was like super popular with everybody until he started struggling. And then you really saw it. So my thought was NFL teams need to do this with some of these guys who have attitude problems, and it'll show them, hey, we need to work on these things. So I think it's a great idea. And also it shows some perspective because I think it's very easy for all of us, including NFL players, to sit there and make excuses and say, hey, my job's so hard. Like everything is just really difficult. Every week is just something more challenging. But then you talk to somebody who's in the military, and not only is their job challenging, their life is on the line. And other people's lives are on the line. And it gives you a sense of perspective. So I like this in every aspect.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's really about teaching you to love and appreciate the person that you're with. And certainly, look, you hear guys talk about football being war. Football is not war. But the mentality is, I need you to do your job because we all have a similar goal. And if you take care of your business, you're taking care of your teammate next to you and your teammate next to you. And the only way for us to win is to work together. So that's a mentality that I think, regardless of whether it's business, football, whatever it is, that's a great mentality to have. It's a great mentality to teach. And Dan Quinn has done this before, did it with the Falcons, did it with the Commanders, and it's really worked with the Commanders. I mean, Denton knows. I mean, the culture around this program, this franchise, was just garbage forever. And even, I thought it was so telling, Cliff Kingsbury, the OC for the Commanders last year, he was being interviewed, and he was asked about being a head coach again. And he said, yeah, at some point I'd like to be. And then he was asked what he's learned, and he said, what I've learned is that Dan Quinn has set a standard here, and there is no deviation from that standard. If you deviate from that standard, you're not for us. You might be a great player, but if you're not holding yourself to what we do, you're not a part of this. And he said, I wish that I had learned that lesson. It's a lesson I know now, but it's a lesson moving forward that I'm going to hold my players to if I'm ever in that position again. And it's a great lesson to learn, and DQ has certainly been a huge reason why this franchise has turned things around. Okay, how about your franchise, your team, the Titans? They got it done, signing rookie Cam Ward to a 4-year, $48.7 million deal. It is fully guaranteed. Head coach Brian Callahan saying this about his rookie quarterback, quote, "It's the leadership ability and the way he's able to make those around him better." I know it's easy to say that when you haven't played an official NFL game, but it sounds like everything's going swimmingly in Nashville.
Yeah, because it's May 23rd and we haven't played a game yet. So we'll see if this is still the sentiment once the games start, because Cam Ward still has his work cut out for him. He is going to be playing on a bad team. He's going to be playing for a coach who's on the hot seat, who has not had much experience in the NFL. So yeah, things look great now. But I was looking at this deal and I was trying to justify. I was like, okay, is this a big deal or not? So I was looking at Trevor Lawrence's rookie deal. And remember, this is in 2021, so inflation is certainly a thing. So that was a 4-year, $36.8 million deal. And that was a $24 million signing bonus. So this does feel pretty much on par from what a number one overall picks get. But this is the deal. When you are the first overall pick, you're going to get a ton of money. There's going to be a ton of expectations, and it's always a gamble. I am just hoping that we get a decent quarterback out of Cam Ward, because nobody's expecting Cam Ward to win Rookie of the Year, really. Nobody's expecting the Titans to make this great run to the playoffs. Nobody's expecting what we saw from Jaden Daniels, last year for the Commanders. I want football that is watchable. So I understand that that is a hefty price tag on somebody who you just want watchable football from. But listen, I think it's going to be a process in Nashville. And maybe it's not even next year where Cam Ward is good. Maybe it's the next few years, but I certainly hope they give him his due time, because I do think there are some great qualities in Cam Ward.
Titans are currently 8-1 to win the division, behind the Texans at +110, Colts 3-1, and Jags 3-1. So I understand you want to temper those expectations because you're still talking about a rookie quarterback. As a fan, what are your expectations for this season? What would make you, of course, it's not like we're making the playoffs. I mean, maybe you will. Who knows? But what do you think are realistic expectations with a rookie quarterback like Cam Ward?
I don't know. I don't think it's great, because you look at the schedule and there's not a lot of wins in there. Starting the season on the road at the Broncos, that is not an easy feat. When you go to one of the toughest places to play in football against a head coach that's noticeably better than the one that we have in Sean Payton, I just look at the schedule and it's just not going to be easy. The only hope that you have is that maybe the Colts continue to ride with Anthony Richardson and maybe we get some wins in there. It's not an easy schedule for the Titans. So I don't have high expectations. The end of the year, they end with the Niners, the Chiefs, Saints, and the Jags. If we get one win in there, I will be happy. So, needless to say, the expectations are not high in Nashville.
Yeah, sometimes, not even sometimes. Generally, when you have a really, really bad season like that, every now and then you'll catch lightning in a bottle and you'll turn things around quickly, but it does take time to rebuild, so that's where they are. But hopefully they have their guy quarterback, because that has been an issue, as we know, for a long, long time. Good news for the Detroit Lions. Aiden Hutchinson, their stud defensive end, cleared to return to football activities. Suffered that broken tibia and fibula in Week 6 against the Cowboys. It was pretty gruesome to watch, and you always hate when you see a player of his caliber miss the rest of the season. But he says he feels great, didn't have any setbacks during rehab, and this is how you know he's excited. He was like, I've never been so excited for OTAs in my life. I've never heard a player get really excited about organized team activities. But this is a guy who, despite missing the final 12 games, still finished with 7.5 sacks, and he says he wants to go after Michael Strahan's all-time record of 22.5 sacks. All he needs is an opposing quarterback to slip and fall on purpose.
Yeah, subtle jab there. Nice one, Jenks.
Yeah.
But for Aiden Hutchinson, it's not just that he's a really good player, and they certainly need him on that defense, because that was certainly the Achilles heel of the Lions last year. Felt like they couldn't stop anybody, but also somebody who's really easy to root for and somebody who bleeds Honolulu blue. Does he not? Somebody who is born and bred in Michigan and somebody who has really had an allegiance to the team. So more than anything, even if you're not a Lions fan, this is somebody who comes from a good family. He just feels like a really good kid. So I'm excited to see him back on the field. And maybe that's, maybe it wasn't meant to be for the Lions to win the Super Bowl last year, because Aiden Hutchinson wasn't out there. And I really want to see him be a huge part of this Lions team this year.
I mean, he's just an absolute beast already, one of the best defensive ends in the game. And the thing is, he's so young, he's only going to get better. That's the scary thing, is that he's still only scratching the surface of how good he can be. And I'm glad he didn't have any setbacks during rehab. You never know when you have an injury that gruesome whether or not you're going to heal in the way that you should heal. Like Deshaun Watson is a good example. I know it's a different injury, but he's going to miss most of this season because his Achilles rehab didn't go the way it should, even though I know Deshaun Watson doesn't have any fans, rightfully so, but you just never know when you're talking about a serious injury. Coming up next here on the show, are the Knicks cursed? Why is Kermit in College Park? And it is the end of an era at ESPN. Lots more to talk about. It is a Friday, getting you ready for Memorial Day weekend. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Friday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. It's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. We got so much to talk about in this segment. I can't even tease anything. We're just going to get right to it. Well, it is the end of an era at ESPN because the curtains are closing on Around the Horn, which has been a part of the worldwide leader for 23 years, nearly 1,500 episodes. And what's really interesting about this is that it's not ratings-based. ESPN has been sort of cagey about the real reason why this show is being canceled. Tony Reale, who has done a fantastic job hosting this show forever, has asked the higher-ups, why? And it's just basically, well, we need a change. So a change is coming. This is the final edition of Around the Horn today. How much did you enjoy this show? Did you enjoy this show? And where does it rank when you talk about the greatest sports shows of all time?
I think it was one of those shows that was kind of alive and well during the golden age of ESPN. And I don't know if this is too meta or too in the weeds for people who aren't into sports media, but back in the day, I felt like ESPN was the clear and number one, far and away. That was the source for sports. And it still very much is. It's just now that we have streaming, now that we have TikTok and Instagram, whatever, people just get their news from other sources. But back in the day when you just watched ESPN all day, if you were a sports fan, this was appointment viewing. And I remember watching this as a younger person and thinking, hey, that's something I want to do. Because all these people were so quick on their feet and so thoughtful in their responses. And they had such good personalities. Woody Page is one of them that always had that little chalkboard or whatever it was behind him that had the funny sayings. So I feel like it was just one of those core experiences as a sports fan growing up, somebody my age, as one of those shows that you will always associate with ESPN.
Yeah, I think that this is a real sad day for journalism, honestly, because we've sort of seen journalism and sports journalism in general slowly start to tail off and die a very slow death. And this is part of that death, especially when ESPN can't give us a real reason as to why this is happening. Around the Horn has done two things exceptionally well, and they've always done these things well, which is give everyone a voice, no matter what background you are, no matter how old you are, young you are, male, female, doesn't matter. Everyone from different facets of life have had a voice on this show, and important voices as well. There was a time when if you had something to say, you had to have something to say. You had to have something informed and educated. And you might disagree with that opinion. That's okay. That's part of healthy debate. But it's a debate that makes you think, because the people giving those opinions aren't just giving hot takes and aren't just looking for clicks. They're trying to give you information so that you can take this information and process it for yourself. But now credibility is not measured in being informed and educated. Credibility is measured on being bombastic and getting people to tune in, and who has the craziest thing to say, and debate back and forth. And that's really a sad thing, because authentic voices are becoming less and less prominent. And the real people that suffer when that happens are the viewers themselves, because people just repeat and replicate things they hear as opposed to thinking for themselves. And Around the Horn was masterful at getting people to think, because you had voices who should have been elevated. So credit to that entire crew and Tony Reale, who have done a fantastic job for more than 2 decades, and that is so hard to do in television. What a run.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't you feel like this is a larger trend where it feels like the smart content on any platform, it's not just sports is being kind of elbowed out of the way. It's like, hey, we don't really want thoughtful dialogue anymore. People don't want to read articles from The Atlantic anymore. People want 30-second TikToks. And I do think eventually, the curve will start to go the other way. I think we're on the pendulum swing towards the really short content. But eventually I think people will crave more. And I think this is why podcasts have become so popular, because I think people still want, that longer form content and something that makes you think just a little bit. Maybe I'm overestimating the human population, But you get what I'm saying there. Like, I feel like this is a trend we see in all walks of life.
Yeah, no question about it. It's slowly happening. The wheels are turning. And they were turning last night as well in College Park. Like, what's going on here? Why? Because guess who spoke to the Terps in College Park at the University of Maryland? Kermit the Frog. That's right. Now, if you don't know, most people around here know, Jim Henson created, of course, the Muppets, Kermit the Frog in 1955, graduated from Maryland in 1960. So Kermit's bio calls him a star of stage, screen, and swamp, whose simple mission is to sing and dance and make people happy. And here's what Kermie had to say last night during the commencement ceremonies.
You're all here to listen to a frog in a very tiny cap and gown give a commencement speech on, what's actually turned out to be a pretty beautiful evening. Yeah. Either way, I can guarantee you the forecast calls for a 100% chance of frog. Now, I realize that today is one of the most important days of your lives, so I am honored to share some words of wisdom about 3 things that are close to my heart. Finding your people, taking the leap, and making connections. Yeah. Now, you and I share someone very special, University of Maryland, and I am talking, of course, about my friend Jim Henson. Yeah, Jim, in the early days, he had a hand in literally everything I did. And so, my whole life, I tried to appreciate people for exactly who they are, even if they are a pig who hogs the spotlight. Oh, I'm probably going to get in trouble for that one. So as you prepare to take this big leap into real life, here's a little advice, if you're willing to listen to a frog. Rather than jumping over someone to get what you want, consider reaching out your hand and taking the leap side by side, because life is better when we leap together.
That's Kermit the Frog. I love Kermit. I don't know how I feel. These are great words of wisdom. I don't know how I feel about Kermit the Frog giving a commencement speech. Chelsea, how do you feel?
Well, to be clear, they wanted Patrick Mahomes, but the best they could get was Kermit the Frog. I feel like my first reaction was, I think Patrick Mahomes sounds more like Kermit the Frog than Kermit the Frog does. And imagine doing an entire commencement speech in this voice. Like, you do voiceovers for us, for the doctor. Imagine doing an entire commencement speech as the doctor. Like, that's kind of a lot. Because, you know, do you want to sit there and listen to Kermit the Frog in that speech, in that tone, and that cadence? For like what? I don't know how long his speech was, but like that's kind of a lot. So you're right. I think that when you are graduating and you see, you know, who the speaker is, you're like, Kermit, what are we doing? Kermit the Frog? And I understand he's an A-list celebrity. People have heard of him, but you're right. It is a little out of left field in this one.
Is he an A-lister? Maybe.
I mean, you've heard of him.
Well, you know.
Been in a lot of movies.
I've heard of Andy Dick, too. I don't know if he'd be an A-lister. I think it's an interesting choice. I mean, I don't want to knock a Muppet. I'd rather hear from Fozzie Bear, or Animal just gets up there and just goes nuts for like 10 minutes and doesn't say anything. But there is the tie there, obviously, with Jim Henson.
Right.
Who was your commencement speaker? We had Dan Rather. So as a journalist, I was like, this is amazing.
I don't even remember. So obviously it was somebody very memorable. So I don't know.
The donks.
I know. I don't think I even went to like my big graduation. I think I went to like my major graduation, which is, you know, like for political science. And that was like a lot smaller, but I didn't go to the big one. I think we had like a swim meet or something.
Oh, okay. Well, you never know. I went to my undergraduate speech or commencement, and Dan Rather spoke, and then I was going to go to my graduate commencement, decided not to go. But no Muppets in sight. Maybe the Donkster will give a commencement speech to UDC, University of District Columbia, First of all, I see way too many guys in the front row. Like, all right, pull up on the stage immediately. Finally, before we head to hour 2, so the Ben Stiller curse, this is a thing. So Ben Stiller believes that his anxiety is impacting Mitchell Robinson at the free throw line. So according to Stiller, he's been talking to Fat Joe. I mean, why wouldn't he? I mean, I see Fat Joe and Ben Stiller, of course, being best buddies. So Fat Joe will tell Stiller, there are games that I stress out too much, and that Fat Joe sees Ben Stiller across the court and is like, yeah, you're stressing me out. I see your face and I see you worrying. And so Ben Stiller's like, wait a second. I'm affecting Fat Joe's experience at the game? And then he says, I started to get self-conscious that maybe I'm affecting the players. If Fat Joe is affected, maybe the players are affected. And then Tracy Morgan apparently told Ben Stiller, yeah, the players sense when we're stressed out. You can't let them know that we're stressed out. Do you believe any of this? Do you think the players are sensing when Ben Stiller or Tracy Morgan or Fat Joe are stressed out watching the game?
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think this affects them. I do think it affects the fans, though, because I think that stress is contagious. If you ever seen somebody who's really stressed out, don't you feel a little stressed out yourself? I feel this way when I watch baseball games. And I remember back to when Jake was playing, and there would be like other significant others sitting in the stands, and their husband would be pitching, and you see them just sweating bullets. And like, I would feel stressed too. So it's part of just being a human, is sometimes you empathize with whoever you're sitting with. I don't think the players feel it, though. I think it's one of those things where if you are really locked in, it's one of those things where you probably don't sense a lot of stuff around you. Like, I remember when, like, this is not the same thing, but when I was a swimmer, I didn't hear what anybody was yelling or anything. It was just silence when I swam. So I think people are pretty much locked in.
Love to see Jalen Brunson running down the court. I'm going to shoot. Oh, no. Pull it out. Ben's stressed out. No. Let's call it TO. Calm everyone down. Coming up on the show, you know Tyrese Halliburton is practicing that choke signal as we speak. Time to make our predictions for Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Hour 2 is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, we will span it all. We will start with the Eastern Conference Finals. Pacers Knicks Game 2. Will we get another absolute thriller? Will the Pacers continue to be the kryptonites of the Knicks? Or will we get a better effort from the Knicks down the stretch? At 7:20, we go on to our best plays in Major League Baseball. And then at 7:40, we have a very special treat on this Friday edition of the show as John Buccigross of ESPN stops by to talk hockey. Jenks, John Buccigross is like one of those guys that I feel like I will always associate with. We were just talking about the golden age of ESPN. Yeah. I will always associate him with that era. The era where all the SportsCenter anchors were just extremely charismatic. They had like their own style, and they were just really memorable people who were just so good at their job. So let me ask you, maybe it's an anchor from that golden era of SportsCenter or somebody from another era. Who was a sports anchor that you really looked up to growing up or even when you were older? Somebody that you really admired from like a personal standpoint or, you know, stylistically speaking?
In Texas, it was Dale Hansen, who was the anchor at WFAA for forever and went viral late in his career again and again and again. And I met Dale a couple times and talked with him. And so he was always really good to me, even though a lot of people thought he was controversial. Back during the golden age of ESPN, I loved Craig Kilborn. I thought he was so funny and so entertaining and could do so many different things, which, of course, he went into entertainment because he was always someone who kind of wanted to get back out west because he lives in California now and wanted to do the entertainment and did that and has been retired for a long time. I think because he and his wife invested in a lot of real estate and he did really well. But those were the two guys. Locally, it was definitely Dale Hansen because I grew up watching him and then was lucky enough to meet him and work with him a little bit. So that was a real thrill for me. But I would say in ESPN's golden age, it was probably Kilborn.
Yeah, I liked the guys that were funny, the guys that had like a little bit of humor to them. Because obviously, I think people forget like sports is still entertainment and it's still something where I don't want it taken too seriously. Like there are certainly issues in which, you know, seriousness needs to be taken. But it was just a good mix because some of these guys would have like these great jokes or these good puns or these great one-liners when they were doing highlights. And this is back when like reading highlights was an absolute art. It's not just reading a prompter. It's putting your own spin on things.
Oh, yeah. Reading highlights effectively is definitely a refined skill set. It is hard to do. And it's hard to do because, yeah, you have information, but you're also ad-libbing and not everything times out. And you know, there was a time when everybody wanted to have their certain catchphrases when someone made a basket or, you know, put the biscuit in the basket, whatever it is. But yeah, reading highlights was something that I love to do. I love the challenge, particularly hockey. Like for me, reading a hockey highlight was always a challenge. But I remember, you know, I'd get a script and like, this is a minute and a half of hockey highlights. Let's see if I can knock this out or not. And I love and miss that challenge because it was hard to do. But when you pulled it off, it felt great.
Yeah. And again, you can show your personality in it as well. But that was the challenging part is keeping up with the highlights in real time and also trying to throw in those little one-liners. It was definitely an art and something that all of those anchors definitely perfected. All right, let's get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Game 2, Pacers-Knicks. Pacers lead it 1-0 after a thrilling Game 1 at the Garden. So this one back in New York as well. Knicks laying 5.5. Total of 226.5. As we know, last game ended in heartbreaking fashion for New York, but Jalen Brunson and the boys, I'm sure, will have a better mindset going into this one. Here's how the captain feels with his team going into Game 2.
I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone's going to be thinking about it. but I think our mindset has to be short-term memory. Just from like the disappointment part. Obviously, we got to learn from what we did, but the short-term memory comes from the disappointment and discouragement of how we lost last night. So I'm just going to be ready to go.
Yeah, that sound courtesy of SNY. I do think that it is a good thing that they have a leader like Jalen Brunson, because I do think he's going to rise to the challenge. And I do think there were some anomalies in that game. The fact that Aaron Nesmith was just unconscious from the three-point line, making 8 of 9 3-pointers, including I think 7 straight to end the game. And plus, like, it was just a lot of things that went in the direction of the Pacers. They are still a very good team, and I certainly am giving them their flowers. But Jenks, do you think we see a better effort from the Knicks, at least in the final moments of this game? Or do you think it doesn't even come to that? What do we expect from the Knicks tonight?
I mean, it couldn't be a lot worse. That's for sure. How can you be worse than doing something that has never been done in the history of the NBA, which is give up a lead of 14 points with a little more than 4 minutes remaining? Again, I know I said it last time. I'm still wrapping my head around the fact that teams in that situation were 994-0. Not anymore. 994-1 thanks to the Knicks. I think they have to be better, but I still don't understand this number. I would still take the Pacers tonight. I'm very fascinated to see how the Knicks respond mentally to this, because the Knicks can play. Okay, we know that. The Pacers can play. So if you put basketball aside, this is one of those mental hurdles. It's sort of like Carolina in the Eastern Conference Finals. They've lost like 14 straight games in the finals. Like at some point, this becomes a thing where like we can't get over the hump here. Now, this isn't nearly that bad, but you have to know you had this in the palm of your hand. Like you had it right there, and you just let it go. Like you had it. So are they going to come out and they're going to stay focused the entire time because they admitted they sort of took their foot off the gas in game one? Or are they going to kind of be in their heads a little bit, and the Pacers, who have all the momentum right now, will the Pacers come out and overwhelm the Knicks a little bit? I think the Knicks will be fine, but I think this number is reflective of the idea that the Knicks will come out, and there's no way this could happen again.
Yeah, I think that the Knicks can win this game and still not cover the number. Like, don't we think that this is a pretty sizable spread for a Pacers team that continues to prove the books wrong? Like, I'm looking at their last few games, and they've won outright as underdogs in 4 of their last 5 games. Outright as underdogs in 4 of their last 5 games. And some of the spreads on those were pretty sizable. 8.5, 5.5, 5, 8.5, and 4.5. So at some point, I think we need to start giving the Pacers some credit. You know, so if they have a chance to win the game outright and you get 6 points in your favor, I think from a spread perspective, that's the way that I'm leaning.
Yeah, I would go with the Pacers, no question about it. Like, I don't understand why this number is going up. I really think it's just the public saying this can't happen again. But the Pacers, even now, I feel like are not getting the respect that they deserve. It's time to acknowledge that the Pacers are an exceptional basketball team and that they're a very deep basketball team. And that's honestly something that I think that is also, for me, something that I'm curious about. This last game went to overtime, and I know there's been a day of rest, but still, there's no question that the Pacers are the deeper team here. So when the Pacers are the deeper team, if late in the game, you know, these two teams get tired legs because that was such an emotional game that they played 2 nights ago, and it goes to overtime, then the Pacers have the advantage there because they are deeper. So that's another reason why I like the Pacers here. I think the Knicks do win, but I think it's going to be tight.
Yeah, excellent point. I think that if an overtime game is going to hurt one of these teams worse, it's going to be the Knicks, because the Stars always play a ton of minutes, and that was certainly the case in this first game. So as the series goes on, I think the Pacers will have more and more of an edge. Let's talk about this total for a second, because obviously we had overtime in game 1, so maybe that, you know, kind of negates things, but still, it was a high-scoring affair even before overtime, before it landed 138 to 135. So, Jenks, we're seeing a total of, 226.5? It's definitely leaning towards the high side for a postseason game, but I think we'll continue to see the Pacers up the pace, and the Knicks have shown that they're willing to play at that pace as well. So 226.5. Do you feel good about a total here, or is this something where the number makes a difference to you?
No, I would bet the over. It's crazy, too, because we were talking about props a couple days ago about whether or not Karl Anthony Towns would hit his player prop for this series, which was score at least 35, and he got 35. Would Jalen Brunson get at least 40? And he got 40. I mean, it had to go to OT, but those prop bets hit in the game, the very first game of this series. I think just based on what we saw in game one, I go to the over here. The Pacers seem to be the team, and the Pacers can light it up so quickly. I know it's easy to look at Nesmith and say, okay, that's an anomaly, and it's easy to say when a guy gets hot and scoring threes like that, but the Pacers can get hot like that. I know the Knicks want to slow things down, and they've been better at slowing down the pace during the playoffs. But I think that the Knicks are going to have to sort of play with the Pacers a little bit if they want to stay in this game. So I would lean to the over. And we've seen a lot of overs in the playoffs thus far anyway.
Yeah, I think so as well. Even though it's not going to be maybe an over bettor's dream when it comes to props as much as game one. Because anytime a game goes to overtime, like obviously that is free minutes in which you get to get those props. But there are some matchups and some props that I still like in this one. Karl Anthony Towns, like during the regular season, has proven that he is a matchup nightmare for the Pacers. Going into the series, he averaged 30 points or over 30 points a game against the Pacers, and we also saw it in game one. Like you said, he scored 35 points. Some of those coming in overtime, but still a big night, relatively speaking. So you look at his prop for tonight, I think it's 24.5. I think that's certainly worth a look. And plus, he's an important player for the Knicks and somebody who's certainly going to get those minutes. Okay, 23.5 over at BetMGM for minus 120. If you want to go the alt points route, I think maybe a good combination is this. And I've been doing this throughout the playoffs just because I think some of these numbers are skewed towards the over because people love betting on overs. So you can get Karl Anthony Towns to score 20-plus points and Aaron Nesmith to score 10-plus points. And I understand Aaron Nesmith is not one of the key contributors in every single game. But if you look at his last 5 games, he's gone over this number. And for the last 5, his worst game, he scored 7. So he's right there. And he's also had some really high outputs, including last game scoring 30, scoring 23 in game 2 against the Cavs, 23 in that one. So I think that is the player prop combo that I'm going to go with tonight. That, or I'm just banking on Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh, I think that's smart. And you know, with Nesmith, he's the real sabotage factor there. But the Pacers have 6 players who have averaged double figures in the playoffs. And a lot of times when you see a team make a playoff run, you'll see a guy like an Aaron Nesmith. Any team that has ever made a playoff run has a guy step up that maybe you wouldn't anticipate. And you'll look back and you'll remember Tyrese Halliburton, or you'll remember SGA, or Jalen Brunson, or Ant Edwards, whoever ends up making the finals and winning this whole thing. But along the way, you can't win a title without having role players step up and play a huge part in getting victories and getting to that point, or maybe winning it all. So this is a guy who I think might be that guy, particularly against the Knicks, because he matches up well. They can certainly hit that prop. So based on what we saw in game one, we know if he gets hot, he can get on a roll. So, yeah, I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And he only needs to score 10 points. I'm not banking on him to score 30 again. I'm not banking on him to go 8 of 9 from the three-point line. And I think I kind of alluded to it. Maybe that's the sabotage factor for the Pacers, is that a lot of things went right. Like, remember, for them to even take it to overtime, it took that crazy high bounce to bounce in of that shot of Tyrese Halliburton to, give him a chance to win the game eventually. Like if that doesn't go in, obviously we didn't even go to overtime. But again, the point spread is 6.5. So I will still be leaning towards the Pacers. As far as the series goes, I think that we're still pretty much on the Pacers bandwagon.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance that the Knicks can still win this series? Because I know there are some believers out there.
Oh, yeah, no question. The Knicks have the talent to win it. And I think going in that I thought the Pacers were a live dog, but there's no question the Knicks have the talent to do it. The question is, can they match the Pacers' depth, and can they rebound from game one? I just think the Knicks are a little overvalued in this spot because it's New York versus Indiana. Like sometimes the books just insist on maybe not giving a team proper credit, and a lot of times that happens. And then it benefits the books because they know exactly what they're doing. They're setting a line purposefully to maybe make you think one thing or the other. But yeah, the Knicks are, if you believe in the Knicks, now is the time to probably bet them because they don't need to go down 0-2 in this series. And if you're looking at the series price, The Pacers are minus 150. The Knicks are plus 125. So we were talking to Alex Monaco yesterday from MSG Network. He is a believer, obviously, that the Knicks can come back and win this series. So if you like the Knicks and you like them to win this series at plus 125, now is your time to grab that number.
Yeah, I think they certainly still have a chance. And just as a basketball fan, I'm hoping that this series goes all 7 games, because if it's anything like game 1, I want to see 7 games of that. And plus, remember we were talking earlier, maybe Ben Stiller doesn't bring his anxiety, and maybe that helps the Knicks players fully focus and not be stressed during the game. Don't know if that'll actually be a factor, but we'll wait and see. All right, coming up next, time to switch gears to baseball. Our favorite plays on the diamond come your way next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
All right, we're back. It's a Friday. It's May 23rd here on the show, and in a few mere moments, we'll get to our favorite plays in baseball, because that's been on the betting card, it feels like, each and every day. So we will continue to give some plays for tonight's action in Major League Baseball. All right, Jenks, saw this story, and I thought it was interesting because of the way that they have branded this. So apparently on TikTok, the newest trend that's taking everybody by storm is adult tummy time. Now, as a mom, I have heard this term before. Tummy time is usually used for infants and babies who are trying to make their neck stronger, which is an important part of becoming a human, and somebody who can hold up their neck while they stand, while they sit. But now they're using it for adults. And they're saying this because, we spend so much time hunched over our desks. And as I'm reading the story, I'm trying to fix my posture. I do think they have a point there, but I think this is just another example of the TikTok generation relabeling something that was already a thing. Like, they're just marketing it different. Like, it just has a catchy name. And we see this all the time, where this is not something new. We have had posture issues for a long time in this country. And it's not just because of the phones. Before that, people were just sitting at desks at corporate jobs. So, yeah, I get the point. But I don't understand why this is, quote, taking TikTok by storm.
People just need to understand that they're not reinventing the wheel every time that they discover something and put it out there like, oh my God. Like, I'm telling you, people are getting dumber. I was talking to a buddy of mine the other day, a couple nights ago, when I went to my little watering hole around the corner, and we were talking about how you'll see things and people just think like, oh my God, tummy time. It's like babies have been doing this for ages, My favorite one is when people will come up with things that they think are so very deep, but they don't have anything to them. Like, this girl was doing a podcast on TikTok, and she was like, do you know what I do when I walk into a room? I imagine that I'm taking every corner of the room and folding it up and putting it in my pocket, and it just makes me more magnetic. And the co-host was like, wow, that's amazing. No, it's not amazing. Like, is there any scientific proof? And then this guy comes on, he's making fun of it. He's like, wow, just one room? Why don't you just take the corner of every building in the room? That's what I do. And then I've got the entire building in my pocket. That makes me more magnetic. Like, there's just no sense to it. It's just like, I'm going to come up with something that sounds great, but ultimately there's no science. There's nothing behind it. It's just some sort of thing I came up with, and I think it's nuanced and brilliant. And tummy time is, look, at least it's helping something. So this is a little bit different. Like, at least it does help you, but it's certainly not new. Like, people, it's amazing how many ideas have been regurgitated and labeled as something else when they've been around forever.
Yeah, everything just has a catchier name now. Like, they're better at marketing things. It's not a different idea. It's just they're marketing it better. It's similar to everything being called a hack. Have you seen this? It's like life hack, do this, fitness hack, walk on the treadmill. Oh, you mean doing cardio? That's nothing new. That is not a hack. That's something I already knew. And it's not, like, when you say hack to me, I think of something that nobody knows and something that's going to absolutely blow my mind. And so I see this all the time, and it gets me to watch. So maybe they're doing their job. It's just, again, it's all about the marketing and the catchy name as opposed to what's actually behind it.
No, exactly. It's just something can catch fire. It's kind of like the Stanley Cup, for example. Like, the idea that you're drinking something, like, I have a Stanley Cup and I understand why they're popular. Okay, but people collect those. They've spent thousands of dollars on those, and their tumblers have been around forever. But guess what? It's a different color. It's got a cool logo on it. You've got some influencers using it, and boom, it takes off. But it's not anything you couldn't buy, or you could buy something very similar for decades.
I thought you were about to go in on the actual Stanley Cup. I was like,
No.
whoa, I don't know where this is going. Jenks is just going in on hockey. And a little tease, we do have John Bucci-Cross coming up next segment here on the show to talk hockey from ESPN. But before we get to hockey, we got to get to baseball and some of today's games. So, Jenks, we have a lot of games, I feel like, with bettable angles. So let's start with this game. And it's the start of a doubleheader, which I will say this. I'm not a huge fan of betting on doubleheaders. I think they're just kind of wonky. But Cade Povich is starting for the Orioles, and the Orioles are terrible. And you get a good price on the Red Sox today, who are facing the Orioles in Boston. So Boston minus 140 here. Brian Bayo starting for the Sox, 2-1, 4.02 ERA. Cade Povich has a 5.23 ERA and is 1-3. So do we continue to fade the O's here, or are you looking at a total?
Oh, man. I think this is a good price. I like a lot of money lines today on favorites, which I know isn't the best way. But you're going to face, or you're going to choose the Orioles with Charlie Morton on the mound. Like, I can't believe you can get the Red Sox at minus 140. That's ridiculous. Charlie Morton is 0-7, a 7.68 ERA. I mean, for the love of God, if you can get the Red Sox at minus 140, you might even take them on a run line and get yourself some plus money, plus 155. But when you're talking about a total this high, juice to the over, minus 120 with the total set at 9. You're expecting a lot of runs. We know the Orioles don't generate a lot of run production, and they've got one of their worst starters on the mound. Yeah, Red Sox all the way.
Yeah, to be clear, maybe I'm talking about a different game of the doubleheader, but the first game it is Cade Povich starting against Brian Bayo, according to MLB.com. So maybe we see Charlie Morton in game 2, but like the handicap still applies. Like they're still not good pitchers. So I feel like, the same still goes for Cade Povich if you are betting on that game 1 of a doubleheader. All right, next up, let's go to the Cubs and the Reds. The Cubs have been one of the best teams in all of baseball, and same applies here. A good price on the Cubs today, minus 120, but they are facing Hunter Green of the Reds, who's 4-2 with a 2.36 ERA. So I think a lot of us have been waiting a long time for Hunter Green to have a breakout season because the stuff is just so good. He's been really good at missing bats over his career, but sometimes the consistency just has not been there. And sometimes he walks a lot of guys. He gives up a lot of home runs, but he's had some of those high-end starts this year, including against the Nationals. Struck out 12 batters over 6 innings, only gave up 1 earned run. But I will say this, the Cubs offense has been very, very good, even against frontline pitching. So, Jenks, do you believe in the Cubs as short favorites here, or is fading Hunter Green not something you want to do?
Yeah, I've been on the Cubs a lot recently, especially in that series against the Marlins. I mean, the Cubs are always a good bet, I feel like, if you like their matchup against an opposing pitcher. But against Hunter Green, I think that might be where I get a little bit nervous. I might look at an under here. So your total set at 8 and a hook. You have 2 very good pitchers. I mean, you can always get a little nervous when you're talking about the Cubs lineup because they can really rake when they get going. But Hunter Green is not your average pitcher. I'm surprised this is not 8. So I think I'd lead under 8.5.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go if you think Hunter Green is going to deal, because the Reds offense has been kind of hit or miss. So maybe that's the way to go. I think I'm just not going to bet on it. Because maybe we see Hunter Green continue to deal. I would kind of lean towards the Cubs because I still believe in their offense and their bullpen a little bit more. But maybe it's not making the card for me. All right, so speaking of good pitchers that maybe don't have a ton of run support, Paul Skeens going for the Pirates today, and his team actually favored here at minus 125, which I don't know. You've got to remember Paul Skeens is not going to pitch the entire game, and the Pirates, man, have they been bad this year? I believe they fired their manager. Their bullpen's one of the worst in baseball, and their offense is not great either. Freddie Peralta goes for the Brewers, who are the opposing team today. You can get them at plus 105, total of 7 runs. Jenks, there used to be a day in which we used to always play Paul Skeens games, and we played the Pirates in the first 5. Now, I'm not even so sure if I want to even bet that, just because the team is so bad.
They just don't score. Like, Paul Skeens can give up 1 run, and and they still lose because they just don't generate. and then the Pirates will lose 1-0.
Right.
Like, Paul Skeens has been a hard luck loser. He has an ERA of 2.44, but he's 3-5. Like, I am not laying $1.25 with the Pirates. This is the worst scoring offense. They're worse than the Rockies this season. They just do not play runs. So you've got Freddie Peralta, who has been awesome on the road this season. Opponents are batting 198 against him on the road. And now we're supposed to be scared of the Pirates at $1.25. No way. I would just put Brewers on the money line, get yourself some plus money. If you want a plus money bet, Brewers plus 105, even with Paul Skeens on the mound. Paul Skeens, early on, sure, the Pirates might hang, but you get to that Pirates bullpen, and that's when you win this game. So I take Milwaukee.
Yeah, that or I thought you were careening towards an under. Because if Freddie Peralta has been good on the road and you don't trust the Pirates' sticks anyways, and plus you look at the trends, these have been two of the best under teams in all of baseball. Milwaukee sitting at 29-19-3 to the under, and the Pirates 30-19-2, just to prove how bad their offense has been this season. So if you bank on both these starting pitchers, maybe you can get a decent number on if you can find a 4 in the first 5, I think that's the way to go. Certainly do not trust the bullpens, but I think an under is maybe a smart play if you look at the first 5. All right, Jenks, free roll here. Where do you want to go next? Is there another game that we haven't touched on that you kind of like?
I will look at the Washington Nationals. I'm stretching out. I'm so ready for the weekend. Let me go with the Nationals today. Now, the Nationals are actually favored in the first 5 today against the Giants. Minus 135. But here's the thing. Mackenzie Gore is on the mound for D.C. He continues to lead Major League Baseball with 84 strikeouts, and the Giants are ranked 21st in strikeouts this season. So not one of the better teams when it comes to making contact. So I think McKenzie can miss a lot of bats. Landon Rupp goes for the Giants. His splits this year are pretty dramatic. Like, very good at home, but on the road, 2-2 with an ERA of more than 5. So I think Mackenzie Gore comes out, strikes out a lot of dudes. That's what he does. Keeps the Giants at bay. I'll take the Nationals first 5 money line at minus 135.
Ooh, keeping the Giants at bay. That's a nice little, clever pun because they play in the Bay Area. But you're right. Mackenzie Gore has been so good this year. And it feels like the Nationals have kind of been a scrappy team. Like, they're one of those teams that's, surprising to me that it's a team that I don't really want to fade. They've won 5 straight games, Jenks. So I don't know if you're going to, practice hoisting the trophy yet. But still, for one of those mid-range teams that's kind of in rebuild mode, they have some good pieces. So I kind of like them here, especially at home. And that makes sense about the opposing pitcher with Landon Rupp because San Francisco is very much a pitcher-friendly park. Not necessarily the same deal when you play in Washington. So that's an interesting one for sure. Here's an interesting line. The Dodgers are only minus 120 on the road at the Mets today. But Clayton Kershaw is pitching. He has an 11.25 ERA. We know he's not the youngest guy in the rotation anymore. And he's facing Griffin Canning and the Mets, who have been good this year. Canning 5-1 with a 2.47 ERA, total of 8.5 runs. Jenks, are you buying in on Dodger Blue today? Or is it the other blue team in the Mets?
Oh, God, I don't know. This is a tough one. Mets have been really good at home this season. But I do think there's probably, if you ever want to bet the Dodgers, now is the time. When do you ever get the Dodgers at $1.20? You just don't. And Clayton Kershaw, look, with a lot of other pitchers, you'd see that ERA and you'd be like, oh, my God. But look, it's Clayton Kershaw. We have plenty of history there. Is it going to stun you if Clayton Kershaw comes out and absolutely just balls out today? No. I think he still has that in him despite a rough start to the season. So I'm not worried if I'm back in the Dodgers here about Clayton Kershaw. So this is not necessarily my favorite game because the Mets have been very, very good at Citi Field this season. I mean, they rack up a lot of wins. If you like the Mets, I get that as well. But if you want value on a Dodgers team that is a better hitting lineup than the Mets, then Dodgers minus 20 is the way to go, or minus 120.
Yeah, right. And I think this is priced appropriately. And when you see a price that you're like, okay, that's about right. Because both these teams are pretty evenly matched, in my opinion, because it is the home game for the Mets, and they're also in the top 10 of OPS in most statistical categories, and their bullpen's been great as well. So I know the Dodgers are maybe the team that has more of a blue chip status, but the Mets are still really good. And Clayton Kershaw, I think he can at least give up a couple runs. Maybe it's not going to be terrible, and I wouldn't expect that either. He is too good of a pitcher not to have, another start like last time where he gave up 5 earned runs. But maybe a game that I'm just going to watch, and maybe I'm not going to bet on. So next, maybe let's go to the Padres and the Braves. Ronald Acuna Jr., the former MVP, making his season debut today for Atlanta. And the Braves are home favorites here. Minus 155. San Diego plus 125. So a total of 7.5 runs. The Braves have their ace on the mound. Chris Sale, despite a 2-3 record, has a 3.62 ERA. Nick Pivetta on the other side, 5-2 with a 2.86 ERA. So, Jenks, I understand why the Braves are favored, but minus 155 against one of the better teams in baseball, I feel like it's a little steep.
It is, but if you shop around, you can find a better price. Like I'm just looking around right now, and you get the Braves at minus 142. I feel like that's a lot more palatable. But here's the thing. Like, the Padres have really been struggling. Like, if you're going to fade the Padres, like, now is the time to do it. They haven't been scoring runs. They've been losing game after game after game after game. You mentioned Ronald Acuna Jr. coming back. The Braves are at home. They have their ace on the mound. So, again, I'm not in another time a few weeks ago, I'd have been all over the Padres because I think it's a great value play, but not with the way that San Diego has been playing over the past couple weeks. So I would shop around and go with Atlanta here, especially with Acuna back. Braves are going to be jacked about that.
I think the Braves win, but I don't think I want to lay that price. Atlanta just hasn't been that good as favorites this year, just 20-17. I think they win again, but just not a price that I'm willing to play against the Padres, who I still believe are a good team. All right, coming up next, time to talk some hockey. John Buccigross of ESPN joins the show to talk everything Stanley Cup related. That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. It's a Friday. It's May 23rd. And hopefully, here in a couple minutes, we will have John Buccigross of ESPN to talk a little hockey. So, Jenks, as we're scrolling through his Twitter feed, one of the funniest things that I continue to see is he retweets pictures of people's chicken parmesan. And I understand that everybody has like a food or an entree that, like, you know, they hold near and dear to their heart. Like for me, I will always love steak. I am very much a steak gal. I'm not an Italian food person. I don't know what it is. I think it's just because Italian food sits so heavy in your stomach. Like as much as I love the tour of Italy, it never feels good afterwards. Like it never feels good.
So you're not going to go to Olive Garden and get endless breadsticks?
Oh, I mean, I will, but it's just not like tops on my list. Because that's the other thing with Italian food. It's like, okay, we're going to start with breadsticks. And then it's going to be more carbs because you're going to get a huge bowl of pasta that's never ending. Oh, and then we're going to put breading on the chicken as well. So it's one of those things where it feels good in the moment, but afterwards I feel like I can't even walk to the car.
Oh, that's the way I want to be. I want to like roll to the car. Like I want to roll to like my Uber and then go to bed and just like roll into bed and be like, oh, my tummy's so full with all those delicious carbs. So I'm just the opposite. I love Italian food.
I love it, but I don't love the feeling afterwards. All right, let's bring on John Buccigross now to maybe stand up for Italian food and chicken parmesan. A special treat for us here on the show and, of course, our listeners. He anchors the NHL coverage for ESPN. And, of course, ESPN's exclusive coverage of the Western Conference Final begins tonight at 8 Eastern on ESPN and ESPN Plus with the Oilers in Dallas for Game 2. Pre-game coverage starting at 7:30. So, John, good morning. Number one, thanks for joining us. Number two, defend chicken parmesan for me because, listen, there's been some hate for Italian food on the show earlier. So please right our wrongs here.
A lot to unpack here on an early Friday morning. Well, I'm a steak person as well. I have a steak every day for lunch. Every single day. So I'm also a steak person. I get the heaviness feel of chicken parm. I guess my defense of chicken parm, first of all, and also you said my name perfectly, which is always a treat for me. It's a name that gets pronounced 57 different ways, so I appreciate that. But you know, the chicken parm is the reliable meal. Like sometimes you're so hungry, you just need to be satiated, and you want to keep it between the tackles. No flea flickers, no gadget plays. You just want to make sure that you get not hungry. And chicken parm is always good. It's never bad. It's sometimes great, but it's always at least good. So I think that dependability is what I'm looking for, and why it became a staple for me. And also, my body it loves carbs. To me, it's a great post-workout meal because you're hungry. You get some protein, you get some carbs, and you're so hungry that, again, it satiates you to get the job done, the next job done, whatever that job is. So I guess that's my general defense. And overall Italian food, I agree, the tour of Italy, you never feel as good after as you do going in. I get that. You need a passport for that meal, and then afterwards you don't know where you're going to go from there. But I love burrata, and I love veal parm, and I love a little penne, and you just try to do the Japanese methodology towards eating is 80%, right? You try to eat 80% full, then you stop, and that's what the Japanese do, and that's probably a good idea when you go to the Olive Garden. Is maybe pass on the breadsticks and the free salad. God knows where that came from, and just focus on a few items to get 80% full.
Yeah, that's my problem. Is that I go to Olive Garden, I get the breadsticks, and I'm like, oh, all I can have now is a side salad. I'm totally full, and then maybe a dessert or something like that. I don't have any discipline at all. A team that has not been satiated in the conference final is the Hurricanes. As you know, what is it? 14 straight now that they've lost at this point. At some point. How much of this is mental?
I don't think it's very mental. I think it's they just have a large lack of high-end talent. And in the end, professional sports is really about personnel and talent in a lot of ways. Sometimes there's some coaching involved for sure. That can be a separator. undoubtedly. And, they already have a good culture there. They have guys who are all bought in. They have a good, pretty much positive fan base. And so they have all that stuff. They just don't have the high-end talent, high-end creative talent to get it done. The Florida Panthers simply have more good players than they do. And it's like the old playground mentality growing up in gym class. Like when sides are picked, I got him, I got him, I got her, I got her. By the end of the sides being picked, we know who's going to win the game, right? We knew in the third grade who was going to win the game, in the sixth grade, in the 10th grade. We know who's going to win the game, They have Jimmy, they have Sally. She's the best player. And then there's a couple other really good players. So, and that's what it comes down to. That's always sometimes look at sports.
Man, I appreciate that you threw some girls in there in the playground mix. Sally, a real bruiser out there on the playground.
Sally
but one of the reasons,
an absolute brute.
She's an absolute unit, is a phrase that I think I've heard used for, All right. So one of the reasons why I think that you are so great is that not only is it the broadcasting, but it's also how you have drawn so many more fans to hockey with the overtime challenge, with the storytelling. So I feel like you would be a great person to ask this question. What do you believe is the best story right now, still alive in the playoffs for hockey?
Oh, wow. Because, you asked me a week ago, of course, it's Mikko Rantanen, right? He's like a guy who was kind of amongst the greats in Colorado. When they won the Cup a couple of years ago, it was about, Nathan McKinnon finally getting his cup, Kel McCarr bursting onto the scene and, winning a Norris Trophy and winning the Conn Smythe and being a Stanley Cup champion at a young age, just a couple of years out of college. Gabriel Landeskog, the big Nordic god of a captain who kind of led them to victory despite being injured. And they had other parts, and he was obviously a great player, but kind of lost in the midst of this roster of stars. Now he comes to Dallas via Carolina, and he's kind of the guy, and he becomes the guy now, and he obviously gets off to a good start with all these hat tricks in the playoffs, and suddenly he's like an alpha, and and I kind of like that story in sports where a guy is suddenly, maybe I never visualize myself, and I think it's relatable for people, whether it's they're at their job or they're, we all have these jobs or we work for these companies, and we feel like we're slotted sometimes by our bosses at a certain height, and okay, this is who they are, and this is about all they can be and do, and sometimes we just kind of accept that. And I wonder if sometimes he had a great career, he was rich, he was obviously everything was great in his life, but now he's suddenly kind of looked upon as leading them to victory. And before he was more kind of the guy in row number 2, following the head warrior to battle. Now he's like the guy. And that's a whole different mindset to have. It must be thrilling. It must be a little scary for him. And so I kind of like that relatable story because I think we can relate to that, how our station at our job or at our career changes because of some circumstances we don't even control. And then here we are thrust into it. Now what do you do and how do you handle it? And it's also a gift because, not everyone gets that chance that he's now having. So I like that story. And that still could be the story because, we still have 2 rounds to go. And so I'm still keeping an eye on that. But that series only has 1 game in. And otherwise, the other story, of course, is the Panthers and all they have to offer. But right now, it's that Rantanen thing still for me. Now, of course, on the back burner is McDavid, right? The great player trying to get his first championship. That's always a thing in every sport, in all the sports, whether it was Elway in football and, A-Rod back in the day, although there was a different temperature around him for obviously a lot of reasons. But anytime you get that all-time great going for a title. Now, obviously, Elway was older. McDavid's not even 30 yet. But still, these hockey players start when they're 18, so they get old quicker than other athletes.
John, got about 2.5 minutes here, but of course we get Stars and their game against Edmonton tonight. You guys are going to be all over that on ESPN. What happens tonight, and did the Oilers just lose their cool during that 5-minute 26 span where the Stars kept scoring goal after goal after goal? It looked like Dallas really got under their skin there.
Right. Sometimes you just underestimate a little bit of an opponent, maybe subconsciously. They know they were good. But, when things are cruising so well there early on, wow, this is easy. We're leading, and McDavid is flying around like a Lamborghini, and there's no way we're going to lose this game. And suddenly you lose it. You definitely get rattled and jarred probably. But then you reset like they have the last postseasons. They have a lot of scar tissue. They have a lot of memory. So I expect them to bounce back pretty good with a great effort. But again, just like we talk about the whole playground thing, maybe Dallas has more better players. They don't have the best player, obviously, but they might be tied for the second best player or just behind him, and then they might have the third best, fourth best, fifth best, sixth, and then it kind of evens out. So that's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, they got to get Sally coming in off the bench to help with their playground of players for that game. All right, great stuff today from John Buccigross. Strong core, that's
lunger.
right. Yeah. All right. Well, great stuff today. We really appreciate you stopping by. He is John Buccigross. He anchors NHL coverage for ESPN, and you can find him in Game 2. Catch the pregame coverage at 7:30 on ESPN and ESPN Plus tonight. Oilers and in Dallas. John, thanks for stopping by.
Hey, you guys ever need anything, you let me know.
Thank you, John.
The absolute best. You love people like that who are extremely talented and successful, but still it feels like they're still very warm and down to earth. Like it's a good experience.
Yeah, it gives you faith. You never know whether it's an athlete or a broadcaster. And I mean, he's one of the GOATs, right? He's one of the legends. He's been doing it forever and still does it at the highest level possible. And so whenever you can have someone who is willing to come on your show and to be warm and to also educate you, I mean, I follow the sport, but certainly he knows about 10 times more than I do. It's always refreshing to get someone like that who has been in the spotlight for a long time, but you would never really know it.
Right. And it feels like this is the goal for me, at least as a broadcaster, the mix of personality, charm, but also insightfulness. Because like nobody wants, a know-it-all that stands out there. And even if you know everything about everything, like that's not fun to listen to. Like, I don't think I want to see Kyle Shanahan, being a broadcaster after this because the way he talks to the media, even though he knows so much. So you get what I'm saying there. I feel like it's a good balance.
Oh, no question about it. You just never know, because sometimes you'll meet someone too and they're great early on, but then the fame kind of gets to them after a while and they kind of evolve and change in a way that's not so positive. Not with Bucci.
Yeah, absolutely not. Great stuff from him, and I cannot wait to maybe catch some playoff hockey. I'm not a hockey gal, but playoff hockey is on another level when it comes to sports viewing. Hour 3 is here next on the Daily Tip. We'll start with a preview of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight. Pacers next. More fireworks? ? That's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's get it. It is a Friday morning good time edition on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you along with us as we're getting you ready for Memorial Day weekend. Hope you've got some plans in store. Maybe you're going to take it easy. Regardless, we're going to help you get there in our final hour as we start with basketball. The Knicks trying to recover from that Game 1 disaster against the Pacers tonight at the Garden. We'll preview that game. In 20 minutes, we'll continue talking about the NBA playoffs with Kevin Smith, who covers the league for Front Office Sports. And then we hand out our favorite plays of the day at 8:40. And I believe the Donkster, I'm not sure, I believe he's been working on a poem of some sort. I don't know. That's just the scuttlebutt going on here at the studio. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Before we get to basketball, I know we've already talked about baseball, but I saw this yesterday, and I think there was a headline on ESPN. The Rockies. The Rockies are off to the worst 50-game start in baseball since 1895.
Ugh.
Not 1985. 1895. Like, now we're seeing, like, the run line is in, like, the minus. The Yankees right now on the run line is minus 230 against the Rockies. That is stupid. And poor Bud Black, I mean, it doesn't matter who manages this team. I mean, he got fired a couple weeks ago. This is, I don't think I've ever seen a baseball team this bad. And last year, the White Sox were awful. We thought they were bad. The Rockies this season are like, hey, hold my beer.
Right. We're waiting for them to get to double-digit wins. It's May 23rd. It's almost June. How many wins they have? 9? Like, this is crazy. Normally, we do not see tank mode until, like, August, at least until the dog days of summer, because this is an actual strategy in betting on baseball, is that that's the time of year where these teams kind of give up, and it's after the trade deadline. Because think about it. If they even have, like, a few good players, like, if there's a reliever that's actually decent and that's on their team, do you think they're going to keep him during the trade deadline? No. Every player that's even decent is going to be traded off this team. And let me tell you, there's not many decent players. But my point being is that this team is not going to get better as the season goes on. It's only going to get worse, which is kind of a bold thing considering they only have 9 wins so far. So I don't know how much worse it can get, but like the pathway is not laid out for them to get better.
Dude, they're 8-42. They're 23 games out of first place. I mean, they're not even going to challenge the Dodgers. We know that. They're 1-9 in the last 10. God. And you're right. I mean, they are going to get worse. That's the thing. Not only will they trade if they have any talent that is tradable, then those guys are going to quit if they already haven't. Like, just imagine late May 23rd, and you're like, yeah, we're 23 games out. We've won 8 games this season. Unbelievable. Worst 50-game start since 1895. I'm rooting for these guys to keep losing. Set the record. I want to be around when they set the record for futility. It can happen. So I guess if you're the Knicks, for example, you're the T-Wolves, you can say, well, at least we're not the Rockies, because the T-Wolves have some work to do after falling to the Thunder last night. 118-103, the Thunder laying 8 points. The Thunder minus 329 on the money line. Total set at 218. The over hits before the game. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander getting his time to shine.
Shai, for you, it's always been team first. But you led this team to the best record in the NBA, the most wins in franchise history. Congratulations. You are the NBA Kia MVP.
I had to get Kia in there. That is the NBA Commissioner, Adam Silver, presenting the MVP award to SGA. So SGA gets the award, the pressure is on, and he delivers, especially in the second half.
All right, listen, he's everything you want in a franchise player as Wallace knocks down the three. And the lead is ballooned to 15. One of those second half thunderbolts right now. Alexander Walker finds Gobert, knocked away by SGA. Here comes Wallace, alley-oop to Holmgren.
Once again, call courtesy of ESPN. The newly crowned most valuable player scores 38, goes 12 of 21 from the field. Jalen Williams, a double-double, 26 and 10. Chet Holmgren with 22. The Thunder with a commanding 2-0 series lead. We were both on Oklahoma City yesterday. The Timberwolves not out of it, but man, they have a lot of work to do. And again, it's that interior defense of Oklahoma City. Julius Randle had 6 points last night. Yipes.
Yeah. And once again, Rudy Gobert not a factor in this game either. And he's somebody who they traded multiple first-round picks away from for, and he only had 5 points in this game. So one game, and you say, okay, it's something, but maybe it's not a trend. But if you see it for an entire season, and then now it's 2 games in the series, the Oklahoma City Thunder are incredible at defending the paint. I thought maybe the Timberwolves had the size to negate this, but even with Rudy Gobert, who's super tall and one of the better centers, at least when it comes to, making those layups down low and, penetrating the paint. I know he's not an offensive guy, but still, the fact that he's been completely negated in this series has been absolutely crazy. But the thing is, Oklahoma City made Nikola Jokic look bad. If you can do that, you are doing something absolutely right on defense. So this is the second game in a row, which the T-Wolves are not getting those high percentage looks down low. And if you're not making your threes, you don't have a chance against Oklahoma City. So the T-Wolves only shot 28% from three-point land. Maybe that's something that they can get better at, because I think that's the only way they have a prayer in this series is they have to fire away from long range. They did shoot 39 threes, but only made 11 of them. So overall, Oklahoma City just looks like the better team. They didn't even have a great game again. Again, it feels like we haven't even seen a complete game from Oklahoma City, yet here they stand with a 2-0 series lead. I think in the first half they shot 17% from the three-point line, but still, the overall better team, they certainly showed it.
Yeah, they've just got to they can't have one guy have an off night. Like Julius Randle again, 6 points. And Edwards was good, but he's 1 of 9 from long range. This was the best three-point shooter during the regular season, so even when he's scoring a lot of points, that's great if you're on his points prop. It's great that he's scoring that points, but you've got to be efficient from the field as well. And that's what makes SGA, such a dominant player, is that not only does he score at a high clip, led the NBA in scoring this season, but also he shoots more than 50% from the field. So he's a high volume, high percentage scorer, and we haven't seen that from Anthony Edwards. I just feel like initially I thought this would be a good matchup for the Timberwolves based on what we saw previously. But I think based on that interior defense from the Thunder, which we've talked about, this is a team built around defense. We've been told that, and you can see it in the way that they play. And they've just frustrated Minnesota, which is why Minnesota can't get the points on the board from their stars that they need to get.
Right, absolutely. And conversely speaking, the T-Wolves have one of the better defenses in the league as well. It feels like they're not on the same level. And they certainly didn't have an answer for SGA, now the reigning MVP. 38 points in this one, as you mentioned. Also got to the free throw line a bunch, and that's kind of what he's known for. But when you get 15 free throws, usually you're going to get a lot of points off that. And he was 13 of 15 from the free throw line. So those are high percentage shots as well, something he's been doing all season long. And then you get big games from Jalen Williams and the other guys. Chet Holmgren continues to be a presence down low, 22 points. And this one, not a huge presence on the boards, only 4 rebounds. But still, you see this Thunder team, and it's just all around. The defense is stifling, and the offense, we've seen them score 140 in games this postseason, and they haven't even scratched the surface.
Yeah. Just imagine the Thunder playing a complete game. We will get game 3 tomorrow night in Minneapolis. Nice to have some weekend basketball, especially in the playoffs. Thunder favored by 3.5. And if you're looking at the series price right now, Thunder minus 2,500. The T-Wolves are 11-1 to rally and win the series. How about tonight at the Garden? Eastern Conference Finals. It is game 2. The Pacers and the Knicks. Knicks laying 6.5 points. That is up from 5.5 yesterday. The Knicks minus 250 on the money line. The Pacers plus 200, total set at 225 on the hook. That total has come down from 226.5. How does Jalen Brunson and this team move on after that collapse in game 1?
I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone's going to be thinking about it, but I think our mindset has to be short-term memory. Just from like the disappointment part. Obviously, we got to learn from what we did, but the short-term memory comes from the disappointment and discouragement of how we lost last night. So I'm just going to be ready to go.
That's from SNY. Jalen Brunson sounds like a therapist and a good one. That's just your short-term memory. You have to put that away and move forward. There's $250, Jalen. Thank you. What is going to happen tonight? 6.5? Again, money coming in on the Knicks. Opened at 5.5, went to 6.5. Game 1 was Knicks minus 4.5. So you're going to lay it with the Knicks or you want the Pacers?
I feel like if we're just looking at trends, I feel like the case is certainly to be made for the Pacers. It just seems like one of those things where they continue to get a ton of points and they continue to win these games outright. Here's a trend for you. Indiana, in their last 7 games as underdogs, they've won 6 of those straight up. And we've seen some sizable point spreads. 4.5, 8.5, 5, 5.5, 8.5. And 3.5. So at some point, you have to say, hey, maybe the Pacers have a chance to win this game outright because they continue to be amazing as underdogs. And we've seen it. Even going on the road to Madison Square Garden, which is one of the toughest environments to play in, probably in all of sports, they're not going to wilt under pressure. In fact, that's when they really turn it up. So if I'm picking a side, I'm going with the 6.5 and taking the points with the Pacers.
Yeah, I'm going to take the Pacers as well. When is Vegas going to start respecting the Pacers? When is the public going to start respecting the Indiana Pacers? What's not to love? They play in Indiana, the heart of the country. I mean, this is a deep team. 6 players who average in double figures. They've got an absolute killer in Tyrese Halliburton. And by the way, after he gave that choke sign a la Reggie Miller in game 1, did you see the response where he pointed at Reggie Miller and then Reggie Miller was pointing back and you could see Reggie Miller like going back to 1994? Like something just clicked like, that's right, take these guys down. They're chokers. It was so funny to see that moment. I mean, Reggie was just in the zone there for like a hot second.
Yeah, that game had so many layers that were absolutely incredible, including Reggie Miller on the call. And the fact that it's been so long, like it has been such a long time coming for this to be used appropriately. Because Tyrese Halliburton was talking about this after the game, like using the choke signal. He was talking to Allie LaForce about it, and he said, well, the guys have been wanting me to do it, and it felt like the appropriate time. Because think about it, like the Knicks blew a huge lead, and that's the most appropriate time to do it. So I don't know if we see it again. I think things like that are best used sparingly. But I don't know. If the Knicks blow another lead, we might see it again.
Do it again. But don't just do it if they choke again.
Right.
Do it again. Don't just do it like, you guys hit a couple free throws at the end of the game. It's a tied game. Somebody gets fouled. Neesmith hits a couple free throws. You win. You don't walk over and go choke. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
Also, I hope that Tyrese Halliburton doesn't actually choke during the game. Like he's actually like he needs the Heimlich. And he's like, people are like, yeah, I know. We've seen it. We've seen it. Tyrese. Like, turning red, like, wow, you're really going after this one. No. Got something in my throat. So, hope that doesn't happen. I don't think he'll do it. But I feel like if there's anyone that would do it, it would be Tyrese Halliburton. Or maybe his dad will run onto the court and do it.
Is he allowed at the games? He's allowed at Madison. No, is it all games or is it just the Pacers games? But yeah, what a storyline. But the ultimate troll job, obviously. But from a betting standpoint, to circle back to that, there are a couple other angles that I think are worth talking about. First of all, the total. I understand that last game went to overtime, but when both teams score over 130, I think that we can maybe speculate that the pace is continuing to be high pace because it feels like the Pacers want to run and gun, and it feels like the Knicks are willing to do that. So the over sitting at 225.5 if you want to take the over there. Also, I think Karl Anthony Towns continues to be a solid play in the props world. His prop set at 23.5. He's had incredible games against the Pacers, averaged over 30 a game during the regular season, even dating back to last year. And in last game, he had 40 points. He is a matchup nightmare for the Pacers, so I think that's a great bet as well.
Oh, yeah. I don't mind that as well. I can't wait to watch this game. I mean, this is going to be – just forget about basketball for a second, like the theater surrounding this game with the stars and the storylines that we saw. Will the Knicks collapse again? Will they rally? What's Halliburton going to do? I mean, this has everything that we haven't seen thus far in the Western Conference Finals. So coming up, we'll continue talking about tonight's game. Do the Knicks have what it takes to make this a series with those boys from Indiana? We're going to ask Keith Smith, who covers the NBA for a Front Office Show. That is next on the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show on a Friday morning good time edition. Great to have you with us here. Getting you ready for Memorial Day weekend. Oh, Double D, you were reading my mind. Welcome back to the Daily Tip. Coming up here on the show, it is put up or shut up time for the New York Knicks. We'll bring in Keith Smith, who covers the NBA for the front office show. Also for Spot Track as well. Got that pronunciation correct. I'm so mad at myself. Am I the only... I feel like this happens to a lot of people. I cannot keep an umbrella to save my life. I mean, I lose these things on a regular basis. Is there one in here? No, I lost it again. I lost an umbrella 2 days ago. I got on Amazon, got me a $10 umbrella delivered yesterday. I left it in the lift this morning. It lasted like 12 hours. I'm looking around because I saw you looking on the floor, didn't I? I was like, hey, do you see an umbrella? No, you don't. So I just ordered another one. Thank God this is only $10, but that's just, an extra $10, $20 really, that I've wasted on. I leave them everywhere. I never remember them, ever. Once again, I don't know. When I'm broke in my old age, it's going to be, those umbrellas I lost over the years.
Maybe you just need to invest in like a good rain jacket, and maybe you won't leave it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because it's easy to leave umbrellas places because you forget, because it's not something you take with you every single day. But it's one of those things that like the supply and demand is so great. I remember we had to spend like $50 on an umbrella when we were in London because it started pouring down rain. We don't have an umbrella. We're walking all over town. And the only place that sold them was this like really fancy place. But we needed an umbrella, supply, demand. We spent $50 on an umbrella. So Jenks, that's worth 5 of your umbrellas. So at least you're getting the cheap ones.
That's true. Max says I should get an umbrella hat. Max, you genius, you. I'll just... little umbrella hat, I'll pop it on, squeeze it around my forehead, and then I'll just walk around. I'll look like an idiot, but guess what? I won't lose it. No, it'll be right on my head. I bet Knicks fans were losing it after game 1. So let's talk with Keith Smith. He covers the NBA for Spot Track and for the front office show as well. Find him on X at Keith Smith NBA. So I got to ask the easy question here before we get into tonight's game. Like, what did you take from game 1 and watching the Knicks the Pacers were unbelievable, but the Knicks also just kind of fell apart there at the end.
I thought you were going to ask me about umbrellas, but that's all right. We can talk basketball.
Big umbrella guy?
Okay. Well, I live in Orlando, so you have to have an umbrella down here. It rains all the time in the summertime. But, yeah, I used to work for Disney for 20 years, and I could have opened a store just selling found umbrellas and sunglasses and probably been a billionaire by now. But to your basketball question, bonkers games. Right, between the Knicks and the Pacers, that was just absolutely finished at, if you were watching, you're never, ever going to forget it. The Knicks looked like they had the game won as far back as 5 minutes to go, as close to the end as about 2.5 minutes to go. It looked like they were going to finish this game off, and Aaron Nesmith goes crazy, makes every shot, and then that Tyrese Halliburton shot at the end. Now, that ball, I swear, when it hit the back rim, it went straight up. It was in the air for a minute, and I've never heard a stadium go completely silent like MSG did before it fell through. And then credit to the Pacers because they celebrated like they won because they thought they'd won the game. Then they fell down. It was either 4 or 5 early in the overtime period. And again, kind of, found their poise and their composure and came back with a big win. I mean, just absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, so what do you feel like are the trends from the Pacers and what feels unrepeatable? Because we're a betting show, and I think that's the angle that we're trying to look at. And so from now, it looks like the trend is people continue to count out the Pacers, and they continue to prove them wrong, at least, from an odds standpoint, because, once again, they're 6.5-point underdogs in this game. But also you look at that game and there's also some things that are not super repeatable, like the shot that you mentioned, the fact that it bounced, 50 feet in the air, it felt like, and then bounces in. We saw Aaron Nesmith hit his 7 straight 3-pointers to end the game, something crazy like that. So what feels repeatable in this series? Do you think we continue to see the Pacers thrive as underdogs? Do you think that maybe there's some things on the other side for the Knicks that could be better? What feels like trends and what feels like anomalies here?
Yeah, I feel pretty confident saying Aaron Nesmith's never going to hit 6 3-pointers in a fourth quarter again.
Right.
But I think what are things that are repeatable are, like you said, the Pacers being counted out. It's been that way. I even saw people at the beginning of the series against the Bucks. They're like, it's Giannis and it's Damian Lillard, and the Pacers aren't going to be able to win, and they're going to struggle, and they win that series. I know Damian Lillard got hurt, but they go and win that series. They go and take care of the Cavs, when a lot of people, myself included, thought it'd be a pretty quick win for Cleveland. So it's just a team that just keeps coming, and that is in series, is also in games. They're never out of games. They've had multiple, kind of improbable rallies just in these playoffs with both Cleveland and now in game 1 with the Knicks. So it's, they're really something else. And I think if anything, you just got to kind of, at this point, give them credit and assume that they're going to be in these games.
We're talking with Keith Smith. He covers the NBA for Spot Track and Front Office Show as well. So, Keith, if we're looking to tonight's game, what sort of adjustments do the Knicks need to make? Forget about covering for a second, just to get a dub here and even up this series.
Yeah, I think the defense needs to be a little bit more locked in. I think there were moments, even when the Pacers, they opened the game, I want to say 8 for 8 from the floor or something like that, and the Knicks defense just wasn't good enough. They ended up, that tightened up a little bit, but then they lost focus again at the end of the game. So you got to stay locked in for 48 minutes against this Pacers team. They have too much offensive talent. And I think the other thing is, and this one I have far less faith in being a thing, is I'd like to see the Knicks, move the ball up and down the floor a little bit faster. They've got the personnel to play faster. And this is not really a knock on Jalen Brunson, because Jalen Brunson is so good in the half court, but that's just not how he plays, so it's not how the team plays. They play way too slow, and then that puts them in positions where they don't steal a lot of easy offense. They have to work for everything they get. Then, if you play a little bit faster, lock in a little bit on defense, so you're probably coming away with a different outcome.
Yeah, let me ask you about Karl Anthony Towns, because it feels like he is a huge mismatch against the Pacers. And we've seen it during the regular season, averaging 30 points a game during those regular season matches. And, of course, scoring 35 in game 1. Do you think he continues to be a matchup nightmare for Indiana?
Yeah, I think there's a chance that that's how it plays out, because like you said, this is now, we're not talking about one game, right? This has happened for a while now, with him against them. And the one thing the Pacers don't have is a ton of really quality size. Now, for Towns to be able to continue to do that, he has to be able to hold up defensively. And there were large stretches of that game where he just was not good at all on the defensive end of the floor. So that's going to be something that he's going to have to figure out himself in order to continue to have such a big impact. But yeah, the Knicks can ride him offensively in a big way, because Miles Turner is more of a good help defender as a shot blocker. You don't want to expose Pascal Siakam after defending Towns from the jump. And then a guy like Obi Toppin, he can be physical with him, but he's just not a great defender himself. So yeah, the Knicks can certainly play through Towns more, but has to perform on the defensive end in order to stay on the floor.
Keith, what is your take on, and I'm not trying to set you up here, just your take on Tom Thibodeau in general as a coach? I love Tibbs, but Knicks fans, I feel like 1 minute they can't stand him, and the next they sort of tolerate them. Like, what is the feeling amongst Knicks fans when it comes to Tibbs?
Yeah, I mean, it's all over the place, and it can change from the first minutes of the game to the last. And I think one of the things with Tibbs that really you end up looking at is it does he wear his teams down? And I think we have good evidence over the years, whether it's the Bulls or the Timberwolves or now the Knicks, he plays his guys a lot of minutes. And that does have them ready to go in the playoffs, and they're more ready for it to, as minutes ramp up. They're more ready for it. but it does, I think, wear these guys down. In game one, they, even in an overtime game, even if you factor that in, the entire starting group won at least 38 minutes. And that's a lot, to ask guys to put on themselves every single night. And that is sometimes what you see in games and there. And that's where I think, Knicks fans they'll fight you and argue with you about, no, the minutes thing isn't a thing and he's great and stop being the minutes police. And then the moment they lose a game, it's like, yeah, maybe we should have backed off the minutes a little bit. I think that's the single biggest issue we have with Tibbs.
Yeah, they certainly have opinions, those Knicks fans. Can I ask you about the Thunder and the Timberwolves? So as opposed to the Knicks and the Pacers, which had a great game one, it hasn't felt much like a series thus far. Do you think we see, any better effort from the T-Wolves down the stretch, or do you think it's all Thunder?
You're going to get a really good game out of Minnesota in Game 3 back at home. It's because they know that's the series. If they don't win that one, it's over. They may force it to 5 or so, but the Thunder aren't gonna lose a 3-0 lead. So I think if you're Minnesota, the big thing that you're looking at is they have to make shots. I know that sounds easy, but they have shot terribly in the first couple games of this series. The first in Game 1, it was a lot of open misses by pretty good shooters, guys like Anthony Edwards, Dante DiVincenzo, Naz Reid, even Mike Conley. Game 2, I think the Thunder defense was a lot better. I think they were more engaged in closing out to shooters, and that's tough. And then the 14 turnovers is not a ton against the Thunder, but when 9 of those are live ball turnovers off of steals, that's where it gets really tough for Minnesota, because that's how the Thunder, I've been saying it all year. I've never seen a team that can take a 5-point deficit and flip it to a 15-point lead in the blink of an eye the way this OKC team can, because really they are excellent at, let's get the ball, we're going to take it away from you, we're going to run down and score. And now all of a sudden it feels like it's a tidal wave coming at you that you just can't control, and you're just giving it up over and over and over again. And then defensively, they got to find an answer for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, because he's just making the things way too easy for himself.
Keith, we got about 2 or 3 minutes here. Do you think SGA deserved the MVP? I'm not trying to stir things up. He is the most valuable player, but a lot of people were lobbying for Nikola Jokic, who averaged a triple-double this season. Who would have been your guy?
Yeah, I would have went with SGA just because I try to make MVP, right? It's an individual award, but I do, if it's very, very close, I will look at the standings. And he was 14 games ahead in the standings. They were so good this season that, at some point that has to factor in. And I was open on saying, I wasn't going to argue and scream and yell and jump up and down if people were like, I think it's Jokic. Okay, great. I think it was that close. For me, that's where I would have gone to a couple of my own personal tiebreakers, which is, all right, let's take a look at the standings. Is there pretty good separation there? In this case, there was, and for me, that's why I would have leaned with SGA. But it was an extremely close choice for me.
You can check him out covering the NBA for Spot Track and the Front Office Show, and he could have been a billionaire if he just kept those umbrellas. It is our friend Keith Smith. Keith, we appreciate the insight on this Friday. Thank you so much, and have a great weekend.
Yeah, use that strap. Put that thing around your wrist and leave it on when you're in the car. There's my advice for you.
You know what? I need that advice. You have to talk to me like I'm a child. Thank you. I needed that. God, I'm an idiot.
Have a great one. Thank you.
All right, thank you, buddy. God, idiot.
He's an
12
idiot.
hours. Idiot. God, that's how I feel.
We've all been there. Like, it's something out of the routine. Right. Like, it's fine. But, you didn't blow it. I feel like this is a very relatable mistake, because whenever there's something out of your routine, it's difficult to remember. Right? Like, whether it's remembering something, whether it's if it's leap day or whatever, or if we have a day off of work. Next week, I'm going to be all miscombobulated. I'm like, is it a Monday? Is it a Tuesday? I don't know. Everything's weird.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I should just give myself some grace here. It happens to the best of us. And what's funny is
$10.
What's crazy is
you're all right.
Last week, we found an umbrella. I lost that one too. I mean, because we were at the bar and we were leaving, and there was an umbrella on the floor, and we asked around, and Catherine's like, just grab it. I'm like, okay. And I lost that. Maybe that's what I get. I wasn't stealing. but it wasn't exactly right. But then I was like, how many? I asked Jasmine, I was like, Jazz, how many umbrellas do you guys have in the back? She goes, oh my God, we have just like vats of umbrellas. People go to the bar, they set it down, they have a few drinks, have a few pops, they forget, they bounce. And I bet half of those are mine. I've left plenty of umbrellas there. I should just go in the back and grab a couple.
I mean, I've left my credit card at the bar more times than I can count on one hand. So, like, if people leave their credit cards at a bar, of course they're going to leave umbrellas.
That's true. All right, I'm feeling better. An extra $10, so that would have been a drink right there. Well, coming up next on the show, it might be the end of the week, but it's never too late to make some cash. Best bets, the Donkster. We're going to wrap things up in style. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Friday morning. Good time edition. Come on back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Friday morning good time edition on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Double D. Very good, my friend. Thank you. Ready for the weekend? Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we'll tell you what is on the way on Bet Sweats. We'll also give you our favorite wagers of the evening. The Donkster, a master of the written word, has a poem for us. Can't wait to hear that. So, long weekend. Everybody's excited about that. Chelsea, what are your plans?
Well, Jake is once again coaching baseball, so me and Blake, it's going to be a girls' weekend. So I'm not too sure what we're going to do. We'll probably go swim at some point, but nothing, crazy, nothing record-breaking. What about you guys? Are you guys, do you have dinner plans? Or are you going out for drinks somewhere cool? I feel like you guys always have something like cool and hip on the docket.
I think so. Catherine, the lovely Catherine, God, she's got to get feeling better. We heard from Kermit the Frog earlier. I woke up this morning at 4, and I knew Catherine was awake. And I was like, I reach over, I'm like, because she's been coughing all night. Again, I'm like, are you okay? And I hear, my throat hurts so bad right now. And I was like, oh, God, honey. She goes, I think it's getting worse. I'm like, well, why don't you call in sick today? She goes, I feel bad about calling. I think I'll go into the office. I'm like, honey, you can't even... You sound like I can't even go into the office. I was like, okay. So she's got to get feeling. But Catherine is a trooper. She's been wanting to go to this restaurant. It opened not too long ago here in D.C. So she sent me the website, like, hey, check this out. And I was like, I'll make reservations. So we're doing that tonight. And then tomorrow we're going to go out to Virginia. Our friend Kristen and her husband wanted us to come out. And we're going to go to a couple wineries, just sip some wine all afternoon. Sunday we're going to take it easy. And then Monday, my friends that I was telling you about who are playing at the Black Cat here in D.C. They're going to release their EP, are going to be here. I haven't seen them in a decade, so that's going to be super exciting. And then we'll rest between those events on Sunday. So it's kind of packed, but also we'll have some time to ourselves, especially on Sunday. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, to contrast that, we might go to Cracker Barrel. So maybe it's not a hot new restaurant, but, it's just another day in the life of suburban America, because we've been wanting to go to Texas Roadhouse, but it's the hottest ticket in town. There is always a line there. Like, I don't know, what time of day you have to go, but Texas Roadhouse, it is always blown out. There is always a wait. People in Hendersonville, Tennessee absolutely love Texas Roadhouse. I don't know what it is.
Well, maybe they'll have a special or something. You're like, wow, look at this. This is not your normal Texas Roadhouse. This is a special or a Cracker Barrel Memorial Day weekend buffet. Oh, I was reading something in the Washington Post. Someone wrote to Miss Manners. It was like, I have a friend of mine, and I really love her, but she likes to touch food at the buffet and then leave it there. And I'm like, I don't think Miss Manners needs to tell you that that's out of line. I don't know what's going on there.
It's not a hot take.
Not a hot take. I'll tell you. Anyone will tell you. Don't, caress the food and leave it there at the buffet. So good luck at Cracker Barrel, Texas Roadhouse, whatever your weekend brings you. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe and Sammy P will react to last night's playoff games and preview the weekend ahead with their best bets. And then they will talk Stanley Cup playoffs at 10 o'clock, just over an hour from now, when Pete Jensen joins the show. Chelsea, coming off a 2-0 night. Let's keep it going and hand out our favorite plays of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, to basketball we go.
Yeah, it's going to be a simple handicap for me, but I think it's a good one. I'm going to go Karl Anthony Towns, the New York Knicks, over his points prop tonight of 23.5 for -115. We've seen this all regular season long and in game one. Karl Anthony Towns is a matchup nightmare for the Pacers. During the regular season, he averaged 30 points a game against Indiana, and we saw in game one as well. Even though that game went to overtime, he still scored way over this number in regulation, finished with 35 points on the night. So with those smaller guards that Indiana has, the Knicks need to take advantage of one of the matchup advantages that they do have and get the ball to Karl Anthony Towns. So I'm going to bank on his points prop here, 23.5, plus I think points are going to be at a plenty. In this game where we see a total of 226, I think we see a lot of running and gunning. So I think that is great news if you're betting on player prop over. So let's do that. 23.5, hit the over for Karl Anthony Towns.
All right, I am going to the Diamond. A couple of baseball plays tonight that I really like. Did my research yesterday. Did a little more this morning. Will it help me or hurt me? We're going to find out. How about the Tigers? Best team in baseball on the money line hosting the Guardians. Found it at minus 134. Yes, I will take it. This is a straight-up fade of Slade Ciccone, who is going for the Guardians, taking on Jackson Jobe. Nice jean jacket, Slade. Is that a new Camaro, Slade? Who you taking to prom, Slade? I remember last year he played for the D-backs. He's only had one start this year for the Guardians, so he's split time between being a reliever and starter. Not good this year for the Guardians. Last year with the Diamondbacks, where you have a much bigger sample size, ERA well over 6. Jackson Jobe undefeated this season. Also, Jobe is much better at home when pitching at Comerica Park, an ERA of 2.30. Guardians are also playing their third game in 4 days. I think they could be a little worn out. Nice bounce-back spot for the best team in baseball, and good price as well. Tigers on the money line at minus 134.
Yeah, let them know. Tigers' best run differential in all of baseball. One of those teams that are surprising to some, but if you look at the numbers, not that huge of a surprise. So I like that one as well. So it's only one bet for me, but Jenks, it looks like you have another one. What is it?
I got one more. Don't you think if you ask people who's the best team in baseball right now, like how many people would guess Tigers? Hardly
people
anyone.
In Detroit, that's
People
it.
in Detroit, yes. Motown, that's about it. But, man, they've been very, very good this season. Hopefully they can get the win today. All right. Here we go. I'm going with the Angels on the money line today, which I know you hear that and you're like, what is wrong with you? You're going with the LA Angels? Yes, I am. Minus 148 is the best price I could find. They're hosting the Marlins. Here's the thing. Sandy Alcantara is going for Miami, and this guy used to be an absolute wagon. But he's just broken right now. Like, he's not the same coming off surgery during the offseason. He's 2-6 with a 7.99 ERA. So I dug deeper into the numbers. His ERA in May, 7.47. In his last 4 outings, he's given up 7 runs to the Dodgers, 5 runs to the Dodgers, 4 runs to the White Sox, 4 runs to the Rays. His ERA on the road this season is 14.81. He's 0-3. Opponents are batting .391 against him. He's been so bad on the road, opponents as a team are batting almost .400. You've got Yusei Kikuchi going for the Angels. He has settled down, has now gone 4 straight outings, giving up 2 runs or less. I know when you hear the Angels, you're like, dude, do you really want to trust the Angels' bats? Normally, I don't. But if there's anyone you can trust them against, it's against Sandy Alcantara, who just has not been able to put it together. Let's go Halos on the money line at minus 148.
Ooh, with MLB betting bingo. I don't think either of us have bet on the Angels at all this season. So maybe one to check off your list. We need to do that. Have a big board of teams, and we have to bet on them at least once in a season, maybe with the exception of the Rockies.
Oh, yeah, that's the one team. If I do the Rockies, it's going to be Rockies White Sox, and I'll be like, maybe the Rockies can get a win here. Who knows? That's the only time. But you know what? This is the one and done. I really love this play, believe it or not. Alcantara, of course, will probably come out and throw like 8 shutout innings. But going with the Angels tonight out in L.A. All right, the doctor is here. He's been waiting patiently, pen in hand. A calligrapher, perhaps, Dockster? Been writing something. I don't know what it is. Dockster, get on in here. Tell us what you've been working on.
Good morning. I just want to say that I hope everyone has a wonderful Memorial Day.
Oh, well, that's very nice. That's it?
No! Everyone's so obsessed with Jordan Hudson that I wrote a poem about her.
Oh, you did? Okay, let's hear this.
I think you're a distraction and kind of a pain, so maybe that's why you lost Miss Maine. I got a prediction for Carolina's season. They'll win 2 games and you'll be the reason. But no matter what, Bill thinks you slay, so I hope when you do it, It's the Patriot way. The end.
Wow. Well, I don't know how I feel about that, but good for you, Dogster.
No lies
It's like
detected.
Yeah, no lies. It's like Maya Angelou sitting next to me. Wow, incredible. All right, Dogster, let's have a bet.
Okay. Pacers plus 6.5 at the Knickerbockers at the Garden.
Okay. Not bad. I like that pick, actually. What is coming up next on Bet Sweats? For that, we bring in our guy, Joe Ostrowski. Joe, good morning to you. How are you? Sure. Okay. Well, that's a tough one. You gotta debate that. I think yes. I think
that's the easiest question I've ever been asked.
Oh man, I don't know. Oh my God. Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? What are we doing? Where are we going? We're just hurtling right into the sun.
Yeah, who do you think wins the Pacers-Knicks game tonight? Like, how am I supposed to pivot away from that?
Yeah?
6.5 points, though? Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, sure not. Joe, always a pleasure. Thanks for the challenge. I'll be rolling around in my brain all weekend. That's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, Ditton Day, David Double D Dykstra, Max Sheedy, and the Dogster. I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great weekend. Stay fit and humble. See ya.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you. This is Bet Sweats on a Friday before the holiday weekend. People jetting off for the extended weekend. Unfortunately, it seems like crappy weather just about everywhere. You know, you grow up, you think about Memorial Day, you have thoughts of barbecue and sun and all that, but it seems to be like dreary just about everywhere, 50s, 60s. But make sure you enjoy the time off over the weekend if you're lucky enough to have some of that. BetMGMNetwork.com, BetMGMNetwork.com, YouTube and Twitch pages at the BetMGM Network. We will, of course, preview Game 2 tonight. People can't kind of trying to get a handle on what they're going to see out of the Knicks. Is there going to be a real bounce back? Well, that number keeps going north, up to 6.5 over at BetMGM. We will talk about it. Pete Jensen from NHL.com talked some Stanley Cup playoffs, another blowout victory last night, which we'll get into. And we got some exciting announcements in the sports betting world that we will touch on as well over the next few hours. Sammy P., another OKC win in pretty easy fashion as the number for the series goes up to minus 2,000 already. And are we at a point now where you would be very surprised? Okay, let's just say surprised if they don't win the title.
Yes.
Yeah, me too. Yep, that's where I'm at. It was impressive last night for most of it. You kind of figured it wasn't going to be close. 118 to 103, and the over ends up hitting. That was pretty close to the number. It closed 7.5 in game one. They cover. It closes 8 last night, and they cover with relative ease, shooting 50% on the night.
I outsmarted myself yesterday. I hate when this happens. I do it. I don't want to say a lot, but I do it. I was saying short series from the get-go. I bet game one handsomely. Put the Thunder in a title parlay with a couple other things. And woke up yesterday morning thinking, all right, now I'm going to zag. Now I'm going to take the points. But I was getting texts all day yesterday from people saying, got to bet the Thunder. Got to bet the Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as we talk about fading mushes and fading the room and all that, the room's going to win. You can't just blindly fade most people. I mean, there are some you fade no matter what. But I made that bet yesterday and felt good for about 2 quarters. Actually, it was about 23 minutes I felt good for. The Thunder are up 3. Final minute of the first half. Anthony Edwards goes to the rim. Doesn't convert. Thunder get the ball, I believe hit a 3, then get a steal and make another shot. So this lead that was 3, that could have been cut to 1, is now 8 at half. And I thought, that was not a great finish to the half. You know, you could have gone down 1, maybe go down 3, down 8. And then that huge run in the third. You go to the bathroom in a Thunder game, and it could be a 12-2 run, Oklahoma City. They are just so freaking good defensively. Mm-hmm. And I know we got over the total and all that, but at one point, you know, Minnesota couldn't do anything. And they're doubling Edwards, who had a big game, as we discussed. He took a bunch of shots, almost 25 shots. Their defense is just too good. And I don't know that I remember a player. Trying to think of the last person I remember. Maybe Kawhi. I can't remember a guy who every time he takes a mid-range shot, I think it's going in. And that's SGA. Anytime he shoots from 15 to 18 feet, I think it's going in. He is just an unconscious shooter from the mid-range. And it was that mid-range game that, again, delivered in the third and fourth quarter.
Yeah, that mid-range game recently that has become very unpopular, but SGA makes it popular. Big night for him, celebrating the MVP with his teammates, which we can get into a little bit, and you get that warm reception, of course, from the crowd like he always gets. Ant-Man did have a big bounce-back game, did not talk to the media after the game. 32 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists for him. You're wrong on Minnesota. I was wrong on Randall. The room was right on that one, too, playing Randall unders. That idea of, okay, they figured out what to do against him, and, okay, when he's hitting the outside shot, oh, that's fine, but he's not going to keep doing that. So now it's been a game and a half of bad Randall. Randall wasn't even out there for the fourth quarter. 6 points last night. Missed 9 of his 11 shots. Man doesn't have help. That's where we're at. Is somebody else going to step up? Like, we could have that conversation about game 3 when they go home and role players typically step up more, but there's nobody helping them. The room was dead wrong on DiVincenzo. Like, that was one of the more popular ones, over 9.5. And you're like, never, not doing that. He had 8. Conley with 3. Naz Reid scores 10. But Sam, he went 0 for on threes again. He is 0 for 12 in the series on 3-point attempts. No help. No help for the Ant-Man. That's not going to get it done.
No. You can't shoot 28% against the Thunder from 3 and expect to win. Yeah. And one of my friends texted me because OKC did give a little bit back down the stretch. Minnesota went on that run in the fourth quarter, cut it to 10 with a couple minutes left to go. And you're thinking maybe they can sneak inside this number. And then one of my guys goes, oh, tough beat. I'm like, not really. They were lucky to be in the realm of cover. Just a dominant team against a good team. That's what it is. And that was my fear after talking to my guys that bet the NBA. Because as I fully admitted, coming into game 1, I was asking, should I be betting Minnesota to win the series in 3-1? At 3-1. And I got 2 resounding no's. And here we are. 2 games in, do you have any positivity around Minnesota winning this series? Because I don't.
No, the only debate in my head right now is it sweep or gentleman sweep? Is it Minnesota taking game 3, coming back home? We've got Oklahoma City as a 3-point favorite in game 3. Now they're going on the road. Is that going to change anything? I don't know. You need one of these guys. They probably need a couple of those guys to step up. Something else that we touched on after game 1. Okay, maybe we're going to get the Jalen Williams that we saw throughout the regular season. We did not see against Denver. Happened again last night. Big game out of him. No help for Ant-Man. Well, SGA does have some help. Jalen Williams, 26, 10, and 5. Chet scores 22. And they had a big 3 thing going on last night. Those were the only guys that got in double figures. That's all they needed. You mentioned the 3-point shooting for the Timberwolves, and obviously that's going to jump out because they lose. Like, okay, what went wrong? The 3-point shooting was one of the things. OKC didn't shoot well from the outside either at home. Both teams shot less than 30% on threes. But for the game, OKC shoots 50%. To your point about the mid-range game with SGA and attacking the boards, they dominate the 2-point shooting. 63% last night. That's their game. That's what they do. They swarm you on defense, dominate the twos. SGA is going to get to the charity stripe again and again. And when they got guys like Jalen Williams popping up, oh, man, they're tough to beat. Tough to beat. And I wouldn't even say they played their best last night. Like, there's another gear for this Thunder team.
They don't have to play their best to win. They don't have to make threes to win. And that's because they have the MVP who leads their team up and down the floor. They never look out of control, out of sorts. They follow the leader there. When times get tough, they lock in. He gets them a bucket. When Minnesota goes through adversity, they start taking bad shots. I don't know how many fadeaway threes I saw last night from Minnesota. You're down 12 on the road. You could cut it to 10 or 9. Let me do this 25-foot fadeaway 3 off balance. It's like, it's a bad shot. And bad shots come from a lack of calmness. Shea is always in control. Things come slow to him, which is a good thing. You don't want to play fast. You want to play in control, in charge. And that's what the Thunder do, and that's why they're going to win this series and probably win the title.
BetMGM has OKC minus 2,500 to win the West. Minus 2,500 after 2 games. Minus 300 to win the NBA championship. Over on the ice, this one was non-competitive. Austin Dillon, dead wrong. Florida 5, Carolina 0. Florida takes a 2-0 lead. I mean, this thing was over in the first period. Sam Bennett, a big game. He had 3 points, 2 goals, and an assist for Hagee. 3 assists in that one. Panthers cover as a dog. It just goes under the total of 5.5.
Only because of Bob, who shut him out. 5-0. You had asked, what am I doing in this game? During our show, I had no bets. Leaned under, which would have been sweaty. Because if one team gets 5, total 5.5, you're probably going to have to sweat that out. I leaned under, wanted no part of Carolina. But by the time we got to the game, our friend Alex Smith gave me 2 goal scorers. I'm pulling up the board right now. He gave me Luosterainen at plus 750 and Forsling, former Blackhawk Gustav Forsling, at 12-1.
Wow.
Well, Forsling opens it up. Forsling scores the first goal, 1-0. So I hit that bet at 12-1, and because I'm a sicko, I parlayed them to score together. And it was 80-1 because you got a guy at 750, another guy at 12. One of them hits right away, and it was the longer shot that hit. So for the next 2.5 periods, I'm highly invested in this game now. I need E2 Luosterainen, who's a third-line winger, to score a goal, and I make $5,000. It was a very small bet. It was $4,000. It was a $50 bet at 80-1. But you get the first guy home right away. So now I'm paying attention. Luosterainen did not score, but that was an unexpected Thursday night bet sweat for sure.
Oh man, damn, so close. Forsling first goal had to be ridiculous. You got him at 12-1 for an anytime?
70-1.
Wow. Dang. Good value.
Never
there.
even
Maybe
thought
we'll-
about it.
Yeah, maybe we'll get some value from Pete Jensen later, 10 a.m. Eastern, right here on the show. Might as well bring up Caitlin Clark. She's been a hot topic on this show over the last couple of days. A ho-hum game. I think that was the first time she did not hit a three-pointer. She has 11 points in the game, 6 assists, 4 rebounds. Her Fever win over the Dream, 81-76. MVP number stays the same. I see a plus 110 this morning, but ever since we started talking about you got to get some Clark, she hasn't done much last couple games.
Yeah, she only had a double-double 2 games ago. Not much.
Yeah, it was fine. Well,
I see
last
her
time
at
she
one
didn't do
book.
anything.
Sure, it's going to happen, but she's still drifting. I see a lot of books now at minus 110 for MVP. One at 115, and the highest number right now, minus 125.
Oh,
There's going to come
I
a
didn't even
time.
see that.
There's going to come a time this season, really soon, when she's minus 150, minus 200. It will happen. She has to finish and do her job, but I have to believe the voters are going to go out of their way to give her the love that she deserves. And we talked about this Monday and Tuesday. This week, she's plus 145, plus 140. And the best number you can get now is plus 115. So it will continue to build. She is the best player. And every Caitlin Clark conversation must involve Angel Reese, right? Did you see the
No.
stat on Reese?
No.
No?
I'm not interested, but what was it?
She was 0 for 8 from the floor with 8 offensive rebounds. It is the most offensive rebounds in the history of the WNBA without a made field goal.
200-1 for MVP.
Nope.
For everybody
Never
that
in
wants to
life.
compare them.
Nope.
Defensive player? 20-1. I don't know.
Fine. Whatever.
You don't want to bet on. You don't want to root for her. You don't want to bet on her. I get it.
She misses more layups than I would miss.
Yeah. Clang. Baseball. Colorado lost again. This is the worst 50-game start since 1895, Sam. 1895. That was a long, long time ago. I know it's a boring conversation, but you just slot in Colorado's opponent every day and you put a 2-leg parlay together. It's not all that complicated. We're getting some tweets from people that have been doing that at good plus money numbers pretty much all season long. It continues to work yesterday. All right, NBA playoffs tonight, game 2, Pacers-Knicks on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We got game 2 tonight. Knicks Pacers. Number keeps going north. It was 5.5 yesterday. 6 got some play on the dog. It goes down to 5.5, and then it looks like on the high end we've got BetMGM sitting 6.5. Don't know if the rest of the market is going to join them at 6.5, but certainly they're making quite the statement. Yeah, I don't see anybody else at 6.5. A lot of 6s. That's what I would call a consensus 6 right now for game number 2, Pacers and the Knicks. And Sam, of course, yesterday with all the reaction to what went down in game number 1, naturally people are thinking, wow, the Knicks, that people that were on them are way off of them right now. At least that's what I'm seeing. I don't hear a lot of, I like the Knicks before the series. I still feel very comfortable with my position. Those that were pounding the table saying Knicks are going to win this series, Knicks have the advantage here, here, and here, kind of waffling just after one game into the series.
How about BetMGM minus 6.5 on the Knicks?
I know.
The money keeps coming in. So it's one of those philosophical questions as a sports bettor. Do I take the 6 or the 6.5 with a team that just won, that probably should have lost by double digits? Do I jump in and fade the team that is facing all the pressure? Or do I do what the market is doing, what the sharp money in the market is doing, and lay the 6? I don't know that I want to lay 6. But the first thing I did this morning, Joe, was log into BetMGM, check the Knicks to win, and the Yankees to win at Colorado. That's the first thing I did. I have it right here. Yankees money line, Knicks money line, minus 105. The New York parlay. The Nick Costos special.
Look at you spreading the news. You're going to do it.
And then you know what? If the parlay loses, I will do an emergency Bet Sweats podcast.
And you can talk about how much you hate New York and the rats and the garbage in front of their houses and all that.
Oh, you know what? It's funny you bring that up because I was talking with somebody about this earlier this week. He said New York's the best summer city in America. And I said, yeah, if you like when they put the garbage in the street and then the hot garbage melts at 90 degrees all day long and then sifts throughout the streets. Yeah. Hot, smelly garbage right on the curb.
That was the Knicks at the end of the game the other day. Hot garbage. So how are they going to respond? Well, there's no bounce back discount. That we know. The bounce back did not work last night for Minnesota. Will the bounce back work tonight? And that includes covering an inflated number. So what did we close the other day? 4.5? And now
4.5.
Two full points. 2 full points just because of the bounce back situation. When Friedel was on yesterday, who's covered Tibbs throughout his coaching career, he says Tibbs teams usually in this sort of situation don't know that we can equate this specific one to anything else that's occurred, but they come back. They play well. There's a lot of ball to go. He does know how to get teams honed in to get them focused. But the question is, are they going to win by 7 or more tonight? That's our world.
I would lay the points before I took them. I'm laying 6 before I take 6. I just don't know that I can get around the fatigue for the Knicks. I've talked about it for about a week now. It didn't hit them against Boston. Certainly didn't hit them in Game 6 last Friday. Fatigue wasn't an issue. The mental fatigue for the Celtics was the issue, not the physical fatigue for the Knicks. But this is usually around that time, end of the second round, beginning of the third round, where these Tibbs teams with the best players playing 35, 40 minutes a night in the regular season, ramped up in the playoffs, 40 minutes a night, 42 minutes a night, et cetera, et cetera. This is that time. So I don't love laying the points, even though I just told you I would lay it before I would take them. It's Knicks or pass. I will pass on the spread. I will hook the Knicks, though, on the money line with a couple of things. What I think excites me is the possibilities in Where's the Room, which we'll do later in the show. I can't wait to see the props. And you had asked yesterday, do you think Aaron Nesmith will be in the room? Aaron Nesmith might be wearing a crown in the room, being fanned by, very attractive women feeding him grapes. He might be the president of the room today after he hit 8 threes in game number 1. Are they going to go Nesmith points over or threes over or both?
Threes. Here's your number on threes. They set it at 2.5, plus 138 on the over after he hit 8.
Joe, he just hit 8, and 6 of them were in the fourth quarter. How's he not going to go over 2.5?
Uh-huh. Yeah. 12.5 points. Oh, 30 the other day, right? 30? They're going to be all over the 12.5. They'll do both.
We should start guessing
both
where the room is before we do the segment.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. So I'm kind of interested in some of these Knicks props. I think Cat has another big game. 35-12 the other game. That was one of the keys going into this series. How they're going to match up with Cat. They've had some difficulty in the regular season. And they did again the other day. They did. I know Cat was short on that 3-point at the very end. Brunson with the air ball and all that. That was just a disastrous finish for them. But as far as props, like looking at Cat, 35.5 points and rebounds, he should be able to get there. Look at the Cat points. Brunson. Okay, Brunson gotta have its spot. It really is. I know we're kind of laughing at the people overreacting to one loss just to start the series. But if you lose game 1 and game 2 both at home, it's done. It's probably over, right? So you would expect Brunson to have a terrific performance. 43 points the other night. We did have overtime. His number's 29.5, but I'm more interested in Karl Anthony Towns. If you go points and rebounds here, we're at 35.5. I like pretty much any Cat prop. The rebound one's 11.5. That's a little dicey. That's a little closer to me, but I'd rather go points and rebounds for Cat.
He has eaten this team alive for years. Yeah. And I know that we often make fun of those who look at recent stats and box scores and all that, but this is over years. So I pulled up Cat's last 5 games against the Pacers. StatMuse does a really good job of this. I don't necessarily care what a guy has done in his last 2 games, but when you look at what he's done against a team over time, those are 2 different things. It's apples and oranges, right? We all understand that. So last 5 games, Cat against Indiana. 40 points, 12 boards. 30 points, 9 boards. 21-15, 40-12, 23-11.
Wow. He went over that points and rebounds number and all but that last one, and he missed it by 1. So, yeah, I feel comfortable with that. I was looking at rebounding chances. Cat had 19, 12 rebounds. Cat did not have the most rebounding chances on the Knicks. That was Josh Hart, 22. He grabbed 13 boards, but had 22 rebounding chances. Over 10.5 at plus money. I don't think that's an awful look either.
No, it's not. Also, let's not act like the series is over. I mean, there's a long way to go. The price, I'm trying to find it now on MGM. Maybe they took it down. The Eastern Conference Final MVP. I don't currently see it up right now. I will do my best to try and find it. That's weird because it was up last night. But I was thinking this would maybe be a time to buy one of those second-tier Knicks guys. We know that Brunson's going to get a brunt of the money. All the Knicks support kind of goes through him and what he does on the court. But let's say you bet Towns right now. I'm going to guess he's around 20-1 because he was 13-1 before the loss. The price has to go up a little bit, you would think. I'll find the number in a second. But let's say the Knicks win tonight, which they should. and he goes off for 25 and 20. Where does that number go? With the Knicks now back level, 1-1, that's something that I would entertain. I'm not saying that I'm in love with it, but this would be the time to buy not only Nick stock for the series, but Nick player stock in that Eastern Conference MVP market.
So where are we? We both think the Knicks are going to win tonight. We don't know about the cover, but we think they're going to win. If they win, how much does it flip back? Before the series, we were New York minus 155. So if it's 1-1 going to Indiana, Indiana has home court now. Where are we at?
Knicks minus 115 is my guess.
Okay, I was going to say a quarter, but yeah, we're in the same range.
Yeah,
there.
somewhere in that small favorite range.
Yep. Yeah, I would agree with that. So we like the Knicks to win. I'm looking at a couple of Knicks props. 6.5 though seems pretty rich. Anything else that we haven't covered props wise, game series in this one?
If I was younger, here's what I would do, because I was so enamored by eking out a profit and making money. We both have Pacers to win the series, right? At plus money, plus 145. Yep. When I was younger, I would now come in and take the Knicks and just grind out a small profit. I don't do that anymore because it's not a big amount of money, right? Like, take my bet at plus 145. Now I take the Knicks to win the series plus 130, plus 140. I'm essentially free rolling it for 40 cents. I would have done that 10 years ago. I don't really want to do that now. The older I've gotten, the less nickel and dime stuff I do, if that makes any sense.
Yep. It makes a total sense. It's kind of like the hedging conversation that we always have. And I think most of the time that we're on the same page, but some people, like, whatever bet they make, they want to grind out a profit in some way. We're not saying anything's right or wrong, just not our style. Did you see what SGA got for his teammates after winning the MVP?
Did he get him watches?
Here's what he got the teammates. It was a gift basket. Rolex was part of it. He got them Rolexes, iPhones, Beats by Dre headphones, and a custom Canada Goose jacket.
Oh.
Yeah, so like I saw all sorts of reports like that's a $10,000 gift basket. I saw some people saying it was $17,000. That's it's pretty good just for being SGA's teammate. Kind of like, thanks for helping me along getting this MVP.
It's when the running back gets a truck for all of his offensive linemen. Very similar there. Reward those that helped get you here. The team loves him too. And I actually, they didn't do a lot of Cousins stuff last night, which I was very happy about on the broadcast. We didn't hear a lot about the Cousins, which I was very grateful for. I just was blanking on who he was traded for. I knew he was a Clipper. I couldn't remember the trade, though. I can't even read it without laughing. What a horrible trade by the Clippers. On July 10th, 2019, the Clippers traded SGA, Danilo Gallinari, 5 first-round picks, and the rights to swap 2 other first-round picks for Paul George.
What?
That's the trade. I couldn't remember the trade. I know that he was a Clipper. But, you know, we talk about all these sports. You and I have to be prime on NBA, MLB, NFL, NHL, college sports, all this. The trades all run together. I'm thinking, what was the trade? SGA, Danilo, 5 first-round draft picks for Paul George.
So I'm looking at their future picks. It's fun. It feels like it's been a decade of us saying, Thunder have so many assets. A Thunder have so many assets. Look at what they've turned those assets into now. And let's see, for 2020, the upcoming draft, they have the Clippers first round pick. They still have that. And they have swap rights with the Clippers in 2027. I'm just looking at the Clippers ones they still have coming their way.
Oh, okay. I have the whole list of their draft picks if you want.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
They have-
It's a
They
lot.
have 2 first rounders in 25. They have
Yep.
3 first rounders in 26 and 2 first rounders in 27.
Wow.
Mhm.
26. One of the 26 one is Utah. They're not going to be good by then.
5 first rounders and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander for Paul George.
Set up forever. Set up for a long, long time. They might win it this year. We expect them to win the title, but they're going to be in this conversation for a long, long time. Joe O, Sammy P, let's have a dream team draft. Flag football style. Joe O, Sammy P, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. on the BetMGM Network.
In the 2028 LA Summer Games, we're going to have 5-on-5 flag football. And it sounds like NFL players are going to be in. Now, there are some organizations, and I would be one of them if I was part of an NFL organization, that doesn't sound like they want their players to be involved in this. But, yeah, it's going to happen. Yeah, Justin Jefferson talking about it the other day. He was a part of this. So I assume that he's going to be playing. So it's going to be really, really fun. I already saw some numbers on this. I don't even know if this is still out there, but I feel like it was short. I saw Team USA minus 300, rest of the world plus 200. Doesn't that seem short?
That's it? I would lay a lot of money on minus 300.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't even know what country is even going to be close to the U.S.
Can you imagine USA?
Yeah.
Imagine the Americans playing South Korea or something. I mean, it wouldn't even be fair.
I'm looking forward to watching this. Maybe the talk of it is going to be better than actually watching it, but I mean, the scores are just going to be silly. Yeah.
I don't even know, like, NFL breakdown by country, NFL player breakdown by country. How many other countries have NFL players? I mean, obviously there's a few, but I mean, you got the Australians, but they're all punters for the most part.
Okay.
You got
and you
got more Canadians. Okay, USA Canada could be interesting, maybe. Dude, I'm looking at this
the best
list now.
Canadian
there's a couple
receivers?
players. The Canadian players are Chase Brown, Chase Claypool, Chuba Hubbard, Josh Palmer.
We're
Nathan
talking about
Rourke is your
guys
quarterback.
barely contributing, most of them. Barely contributing in the NFL. And then going against the elite. I think that's if they're involved. So we're going to have our own draft. You have one quarterback. We're not going to draft centers. And then 3 running back receivers. That's how it works, right? You could have any combination.
Yes. The only South Korean NFL player, by the way, is Younghoe Koo, in case you were wondering. So that team would probably not exist. And then I'm looking right now. So I'm on NFL.com, and they have a section for international players, and it's alphabetized by country. So you get to Nigeria, and it's all defensive ends and O-linemen.
That makes sense. Yeah.
No quarterbacks, no skill guys. Oh, wait. Nelson Aguilar is from Nigeria.
He sucks.
But this is a team and he sucks. That's the other part. D line OLOLOT. It's all big guys that live in the trenches. So as you read that price, or were teasing the price, alluding to it, I'm thinking minus $6, $7. 300. The problem is we'd have to lay that now and wait 4 years to cash it, which is the problem.
That's the other thing. I don't even know. I just saw it on one of those. It was just a write-up. I'm like, is this real? Can you actually bet this? Maybe offshore somewhere, but yeah, you're going to be waiting a long, long time. By the time we get there, what's the number going to be? All right, so Jake's going to jump in as well. We're going to have a draft. Do you want to open it up, do whatever you want, any position, or you want to do a round of quarterbacks and then move on there?
Why don't we just do a traditional snake? And Jake the Snake can go first. So Jake goes first, you go second, I'll go third, and then we'll wrap around.
Okay.
Joe, your question is, are we just picking any position? Like, we're not going round by like one round for quarterbacks, right? I think that's what you're asking.
No.
I think you can go
just go in any
anywhere.
position wherever, right?
Yeah, take whoever you want. And again, for those that don't know, Olympic flag football is 5-on-5, a quarterback, 3 receivers or backs, and a center who is immediately eligible as a receiver. So most people would probably take a tight end because you have to snap the ball and then you can break out. So you're basically taking a quarterback, 3 skill guys, and a tight end or a lineman if you want. So Jake, take it away. First pick, you're on the clock.
I think I'm going to go in that kind of like tight end vein, but mostly just because he's awesome. I'm going to go Brock Bowers, 1-1.
Wow. Okay, Brock Bowers going with the tight end. I saw some people brought him up, but yeah. Okay, we're going Bowers. Sam, you want to go second?
I could, sure. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'll take Justin Jefferson at receiver.
Yeah, a great pick. One thing you know is it seems like he's going to be playing, and the Vikings don't want to upset him in any way. So I think that's a strong pick. I will also go receiver. I'm going to go Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is my receiver, and then let's go. If we go running back, yeah, I want A-Chain on my offense. I'm going to take A-Chain as my running back out of the backfield.
Okay.
Sam?
I wasn't expecting that. I love that. Pick 2. Give me Saquon.
All right. I will go running back. Give me Jahmyr Gibbs for my running back. And then I don't want to go for a quarterback this early. Give me CeeDee Lamb too.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Okay, so I'm back on the clock, correct?
Yep. Yes.
Kirch is losing his mind that a quarterback hasn't been taken yet.
Why? I mean, you could take 5
he's a fantasy guy. Yeah, he's a fantasy guy. He knows you wait on quarterbacks.
I could take 5 quarterbacks that would win me a gold medal. Probably more. Sure. I could probably win the gold medal with Sam Darnold at quarterback. Let's be real.
Should we do a draft of the worst guys we could pick that would still win a gold medal here?
Caleb Williams.
No, I would not take Caleb Williams. He'd somehow find a way he'd be sacked every play somehow still. I'm torn between Travis Hunter and Tyreek Hill. Similar reasons, the speed. Give me Tyreek Hill. So I got Justin Jefferson, Saquon Barkley, and Tyreek Hill right now through 3.
Damn, that's a pretty strong team.
Feel good.
All right. Yep, you should. Let's go. All right, I'm going to go. I've got to take a quarterback. So we're doing 4 rounds. I'm going to go receiver and quarterback. My receiver is going to be. Oh, yeah, let's go Neighbors. So I got Chase, Neighbors, A-Chain. And then I'm forced to take a quarterback. I guess I'll finally go that route. Fine, Gerch. I'll take Lamar. Lamar's my QB. Sam?
I'll take Burrow.
Really?
Yeah, okay. I want the accuracy. I want a guy who can just hit all of these players in the open field. I get the running quarterback aspect of it. So Greg Auman did a story on Fox, and he put Jaden Daniels. Okay, fine. It's his opinion. I disagree. I'd rather have – now, Daniels is pretty accurate. Let's not get it twisted. But I'd rather have a prototypical drop-back quarterback that can just dink and dunk you to death. You want the mobile guy? Fine. I know if this draft was 21 years ago, Joe, you would take Michael Vick, number 1, 1-1.
Oh,
but I'd rather.
I might take it now. I considered him.
We are going to score every time down the field with Joe Burrow, every single time.
Mm-hmm.
I thought about Daniels too, but I'm going to go same thing. Just give me somebody that could launch it. I'll go Justin Herbert.
Oh, good pick. I like it. Nobody took Mahomes. Nobody took Josh Allen. I love it.
Yeah. Why would we need Mahomes? What a bum. Yeah. That guy's a bum.
I thought about taking Daniel Jones just for funsies because you could probably still win a gold medal with like some of these bums.
I'll tell you, Sam probably won the draft.
Well, we still need one more, don't we? Aren't we going one more round? Because I only have.
If we're drafting centers.
Yeah, well, you already. Wait, are you playing Bowers at receiver, not at center?
It depends. Are we taking a center?
No. The center can be any position. It could be an O lineman, or it could be like I would think that Bowers would be the center, who then becomes the tight end, essentially. But you could put him wherever you want.
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing it that way, like I'll put Bowers as my center, and then I'll take Travis Hunter. No problem.
Okay. Yeah, the thought process for me was I'm just going to take a tight end that plays center, and when you
I like that
Bowers,
idea. I'm in on that.
Well, I don't think you need to take Penei Sewell or Trent Williams. It just seems like a waste of a pick because those guys can't catch like a tight end could. Vrabel would have been a perfect pick for this if he was still playing. Like Vrabel would be the center that could become the tight end. And then you could play Vrabel both ways if you wanted to. See, Kelsey's just older and slower now at this point.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Could I? You know what? I'm going to zag here. I'll just take this guy because I know he can catch out of the backfield. I'll put Derrick Henry at tight end, center, whatever.
Just take a mountain of a man.
Yeah, I'll just put him on the line, snap the ball, and then hit the flat.
That kind of rocks.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's easy. Then you know who I got doing that? I got Bijan doing that for me.
Your team is a little littler than everybody else, but nobody's going to beat
I don't
you.
care. Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, I got.
Come
I got
on,
so
Mexico. Come and get it, Mexico.
Man, I love these teams. I can't
All right,
wait
so
to
Jake,
see
you
how
have
this plays
your
out.
list. Can you read your 5 guys off?
Yeah, so I have Brock Bowers as my center in the flat, going out in the flat. Then I have Jahmyr Gibbs, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Herbert, Travis Hunter.
And then I pick second. So I have Burrow at quarterback. Henry is my jackknife who snaps the ball and then does whatever he wants. I got the guy to go deep in Jefferson, the speed with Hill, and the best player in football, maybe Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, that's really strong. Okay, for me, Lamar is the quarterback and center. I'll be mixing it up with Bijan and A-Chain, and then on the outside we've got Jamar Chase and Malik Neighbors. Pretty good. These scores are going to be ridiculous. So from the rules that I saw, it's 25 yards wide, and you got to get to midfield for another set of 4 downs. 4 downs to get to midfield, and then you would get another set. And the field is not 100 yards. It's like 50 or 70. I forgot what exactly it is. But it will be fun to watch come 2028 LA Summer Games. Joe Sammy P, let's talk some Stanley Cup playoffs. We got Pete Jensen dropping by. Next, we'll see his Angles for tonight here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk some Major League Baseball. Today's card coming up in about 20 minutes. But right now, joining us from NHL.com, he's a regular on the show. His name is Pete Jensen, to talk some Stanley Cup playoffs. We're a few games into the round, Pete. And I'm worried after the last couple nights, like, uh-oh, is this how these series are going to go, where we're not getting that tight action that we've been hoping for? But how you doing, Pete?
Doing great. Yeah, I think with the Edmonton Oilers, there's definitely some bounce back appeal based on how they played at even strength and in terms of their ice tilt, like that type of momentum in game one, despite blowing that game with Dallas having that furious third period comeback. But yeah, things looking a little bit more bleak on the Carolina Hurricanes end, considering how dominant they are year after year at home. They dropped games 1 and 2 of the Eastern Conference Final, and unfortunately in danger of being swept like they were a couple of years ago against the Florida Panthers. The Florida Panthers are the class of the NHL right now, and someone's going to have a tough time taking them down at this point.
It's ridiculous to me, as somebody who covered a Blackhawks team that could never do this 3 years in a row because of the fatigue, physical and the mental, right? You go to the Stanley Cup final and lose. You get back to the Cup final and win, and now you're 2 games away from another Stanley Cup final appearance. That doesn't happen in the modern day NHL for the most part. And I also, on the flip side of this, the Carolina Hurricanes, Pete, remind me of the Minnesota Twins. They're going to get in, but when they do, they're not going to get where they need to go. And I saw this stat last night. The Canes are 0-14 in their last 14 Eastern Conference final games. They haven't won one since 2006, but they've been there quite a bit.
Yeah, I was looking at over the past 7 or 8 regular seasons in the NHL, and 3 of the 5 teams that are in the top 5 in regular season wins, I believe the Hurricanes were second, the Bruins were up there as well, and the Toronto Maple Leafs, who just made an organizational change of Brendan Shanahan's not coming back as their president. I mean, all 3 of those teams, 3 of the 5 regular season wins leaders in the NHL over the past 7 or 8 years have not won the Stanley Cup over that span. So unfortunately, it's looking like more of the same right now for the Carolina Hurricanes. They always dominate possession series after series, year after year. Usually they reach a point in time where the scoring dries up. Unfortunately, they have run into twice over that span, the Florida Panthers. And yeah, the Panthers have been quietly building like a replica of the Tampa Bay Lightning from a few years back when they made 3 straight Stanley Cup finals. Like something's going on down there in Florida, really good for those 2 markets, non-traditional hockey markets, you would say, over the past 10 years or so. But the Florida Panthers are dominating high danger areas this postseason, and Frederik Andersen came into the 3rd round of the playoffs leading the NHL in high danger save percentage. He's not the NHL leader anymore because he's allowed 6 high danger goals on 10 high danger shots faced in the first 2 games. That's not a recipe for success, of course.
With Pete Jensen here on Bet Sweats at NHL Jensen on X, NHL Fantasy and Edge Stats for NHL.com. Make sure you check it out. The updated Cup odds over at BetMGM. Of course, the Panthers are your favorite at plus 120. Makes perfect sense. The Stars, the second favorite, plus 200. Oilers, plus 375. And the Hurricanes are the long shot now at 10-1. So as far as tonight goes, Pete, you have Dallas as a short favorite. They are minus 120. Got a higher total, 6.5. That makes sense, especially with the firepower that you have, especially on the Oilers side. And then the 9 goals that we saw the other night. What is your plan of attack with this one? I'd imagine that this one gets you excited when you're looking at goal scorers, shot props, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think you see on both ends of the matchup, even including some defensemen, you can usually get better value on defensemen to score points and goals compared to forwards. Defenseman goals are rare, so to speak, but not this postseason. we were talking about the Florida Panthers. They've had 7 different defenseman goal scorers, and look at what the Dallas Stars have cooking with Miro Heiskanen back from injury. He scored a goal the last game. Thomas Harley has been an amazing goal scorer this postseason, and he's a near lock for a point at this point almost every single night. And then Evan Bouchard, quietly, if you look at active NHL defensemen leaders in career points per game in the playoffs, Evan Bouchard's number one, ahead of anybody, ahead of Erik Karlsson, Cale Makar, Quinn Hughes, all those great active defensemen. And Miro Heiskanen is not far behind. He's 6th on that list among active players at the defenseman position in career points per game. So I kind of like that angle in the props market to look at those 3 players, maybe all 3 of them for a point together, because Bouchard is a fixture, even strength and first power play with McDavid and Draisaitl. And I would expect a response from those 2 with a chance to tie the series and head back to Edmonton with all the momentum if they do so.
I want to bet Dallas, man. I'm sorry. I get it. I mean, the support comes in for Edmonton. You see a plus price. You're enticed by that. And they were in control until they weren't. But I'm going to bet Dallas here. And I'm going to go – I got a little extra money in the kitty because my buddy Alex gave us Gustav Forsling anytime goal last night, which was a banger at 12-1. So I'm looking at – you mentioned Heiskanen. He's he's shooting the puck toward the net. So Dallas to win and Miro to score is about 7-1. That's my plan of attack. Just a little bet to win a lot. If he scores, Dallas will be in a good position to win, I would think.
So Heiskanen didn't play the first round and a half, came back game 4 last round. He's played 4 playoff games to this point, and his ice time has increased in each of them. So he's an absolute workhorse in the regular season, was dealing with an injury since January. He's back. They eased him into the rotation, but now he's back in like full force Miro Heiskanen mode. So he has been amazing. The 1 year that the Dallas Stars made the Cup final, I believe it was 2000, he had nearly a point per game as a defenseman, which is a very, very difficult thing to do over a 4-round span of hockey, just generally speaking, based on past postseasons and stuff like that across the league. So, yeah, I like that trend with Heiskanen. I would say with Edmonton, if they're able to limit their penalties and they're able to buckle down a little better, I think with Dallas's power play, this power play has been so good, leading the NHL this postseason, at least a power play goal in 11 of their 14 games. Limit the amount of power play opportunities, and that's your recipe to win, because Edmonton has been a better than usual 5-on-5 team. So that's the recipe for the Oilers to bounce back in game 2, is like to not give the Stars 3, 4, 5 power play opportunities. We've seen how that doomed teams throughout the rounds, and especially I think of that Colorado first round, right? Like they took a couple penalties in game 7 and then the whole game flip-flopped, and now Dallas is standing here at the end of the day.
Well, Pete, tomorrow Florida goes home. So they're a minus 145 favorite for game number 3. What do you think happens?
I mean, I think Carolina could steal one of the 2 games in Florida. We've seen some bumps in the road for the Panthers. Like, they haven't been invincible this postseason, right? They almost had the series tied. They almost lost both games in the first round to the Lightning. But they pulled off that crazy comeback in game 4, took control of the series and never looked back. But then they lost games 1 and 2 on the road against the Maple Leafs, then went ahead and dominated them in games 5 and 7 on the road. And their road stats are spectacular, outscoring teams 43-18 this postseason. But yeah, I could see Carolina just with their possession style, and if somebody steps up for them, like a Svechnikov or Stankoven, I could see them stealing one of those 2 games. The problem is, even if they do, they haven't played well at home at all to close, to get back into this series. So they're facing an uphill battle. I think the Florida Panthers, with what they have going on multiple lines right now, like you could target them in props so many different ways. The defenseman angle, Ekblad's getting a point almost every game, and a good shot volume to boot. You have two different lines. You have the Luosterainen line. He's been one of the best even strength point producers in the entire NHL this postseason. So he's a great candidate. And then you see in this series, guys like Sam Bennett, the goals, the shot volume. We picked Sam Bennett in our props yesterday, and he scored 2 goals, and he's had a heavy shot volume all playoffs. So maybe you ride the hot hand with Sam Bennett heading into Game 3.
If I was betting Carolina, and I'm not there yet because it's going to take a lot for me to get there, I might need to sit on this for another day. I think I would rather go Canes to score the first goal than Canes to win the game, because even if they take that first lead, which I expect them to be buzzing out of the gate. I mean, you gotta try and do something early in that game. Florida scores first, the wheels could come off. I think I'd rather bet the Canes to score the first goal than win the game.
Yeah, I could see it. It's, some fluky things happen, and it's not going to be fluky if Carolina wins this game or wins Game 4, either or. They're going to have to earn it. But any given shift, especially with how the Hurricanes control offensive zone time percentage and 5-on-5 shot attempts percentage and ice tilt and all things like that, like you could certainly have that happen very easily. So I like that strategy. One thing I wanted to mention for the Panthers is this is a team that hits you in so many different ways that it's hard to pinpoint a Conn Smythe Trophy candidate. Remember, even last year, they won the cup and they gave it to McDavid, who was on the losing team. But you're starting to see a trend build here with Sergei Bobrovsky. This is a guy that's won the Vezina Trophy multiple times in his career, was very solid for the Panthers last year. Probably would have won the Conn Smythe had they given it to a player from the winning team last year. And Bobrovsky, I was just looking today, has 3 shutouts this playoffs. That's his entire career total entering this postseason. He had 3 in like 90-something games. He's got 3 shutouts in 14 games this postseason. So if he gets another one, I mean, that could seal the deal for him. If you're comparing his Conn Smythe candidacy, say, to Brad Marchand or Matthew Tkachuk, who's been a little quiet prior to the last game. And, maybe they wouldn't give it to Sam Bennett because of, some of his controversies with hits and stuff like that. And then, of course, Seth Jones, Ekblad. I'm not sure they're going to go that route. So if Florida wins the cup and repeats, I feel like it's Bobrovsky's Conn Smythe to win after yet another shutout yesterday.
Yeah, I was just going to go there as well, because I see over NHL.com under the fantasy section, you guys usually list off players to consider for Conn Smythe, and I assume day by day that list is probably getting shorter and shorter. If you look at the odds, Bobrovsky is, we can almost call him a co-favorite with Rantanen there for Dallas there. But still, it's a decent price. Like you can find plus 360, plus 370. That's the favorite for right now. But, as days tick away, this list is going to get shorter, and so will the odds. I don't want to say long shot at this point, but anybody further down the board, not some of the obvious ones like, McDavid, Ottinger, Bobrovsky, that you would consider?
I mean, Ottinger has been great. Ottinger has faced some lethal power plays this postseason. Like, look at the path they've gone through. They've gone through a power play with McKinnon and Makar. Then they went through the Jets power play and shut them down for the most part in that second round series after the Jets led the NHL in power play percentage in the regular season. Now they're facing McDavid and Draisaitl. So I think that right now Rantanen has scripted the best narrative from Dallas clearly. But let's say his third and fourth round don't live up anything close to what he did in the first 2 rounds, and Ottinger has a more consistent profile. I feel like he's, a longer shot that you would consider. Certainly Brad Marchand. I was mentioning for the Florida Panthers how Bobrovsky's building momentum right now. But if you look at who's been the most consistent for them, it hasn't been Tkachuk. It hasn't been Bobrovsky, even with those 3 shutouts. And it hasn't been anybody else other than Brad Marchand. And he could kind of take what his line mates have done. Like Anton Lindell and Eetu Luosterainen are not name value players. They're third liners playing with Marchand this postseason. But all 3 of those guys, you can make the case that's been the best line in the entire NHL this postseason. And it's all going to funnel back to Brad Marchand, who I think now that he left the Bruins, people are starting to appreciate and respect him even more, that he's having a successful postseason for a different team, a rival team. The circumstances are weird, but Brad Marchand has delivered on that huge trade deadline acquisition that the Panthers had.
Marchand 30-1 right now for Conn Smythe. If you're looking for a value play, that sounds pretty strong right there. Pete Jensen at NHL Jensen on X. Check out his work, NHL.com. Just click on the fantasy section. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate it as always.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the weekend.
All right, today's MLB card is next right here on BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we'll get to today's MLB card coming up in just a moment. Over at the Charles Schwab Challenge, Scotty Scheffler's on the cut line right now. 2 over through 5 today, even so far. But Scotty Scheffler, it's a very weak field. You would think if he wants to, he could lap this entire thing, but maybe he's looking for just a couple of days to work down in Texas, or he's like, yeah, I'm good. He's 2 over par today, and he might not make the cut, which would be pretty shocking. Couple of bogeys to start the day. But Sam, I bring up golf. We've got to address what happened on the show at the very end of the show yesterday. And Jake, if you want to jump in as well. Paul went out of his way, and Paul's not here, so he's not here to jump on, but went out of his way to bring up what?
That my golfer, Batia, who I had for first round leader and to win the tournament, Paul informed me at the very end of the show that he is in the lead. And then Jake said, not for long. I think that was what Jake was getting at, that this is now being completely mushed in real time.
Yep.
The thing is, this isn't even the first time that this has happened this golf season. Like, this has happened multiple times with Paul now this golf season.
Mushpan.
I
don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, we got to bring that back.
I don't know. What is he doing? Wait, like, was it 10 minutes after he came on and to inform you, all right, your first round leader bet, your tournament is looking good. Then he goes bogey, like 10 minutes later, right? Brutal.
I unmuted myself there. Sorry, I was stuck.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's my fault. I muted myself and then couldn't. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
It was about 15 minutes after he said, he didn't even say that Batia was in first. He said, look at the leaderboard.
He didn't want to say it.
He said,
he didn't want this heat.
I'm not going to say anything. And it's like knowing you're going to look.
You said it all right there.
I got so excited too. And then the problem is we did our post-show meeting and I started counting the first round leader money. I'm like, oh, well, think about what I can do with this money. You know, I could do a lot of things with this $6,000. And then I woke up this morning.
You mentioned
as
car
I told you,
at one point. You mentioned car.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's
George.
That's yeah. I was gonna buy a 1970 Geo. And then this morning I'm doing my spreadsheets and I'm $100 short. I'm like, where am I off here? Because I have an automated spreadsheet. You type in win, it gives you the numbers. You type in loss, it calculates the juice. It's a whole ordeal. But this morning I'm $100 light. I'm thinking, what? And then I went into one of my accounts and I saw the $100 Batia first round leader bet and got enraged all over again. So great start to a Friday morning.
Jake, am I supposed to know who John Pack is, or Pack, or whatever his name is, the first round leader?
No, of course not.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
The thing is, Sam also said, like, Paul says this, Sam, like, you can see Sam start, like, salivating in our, like, waiting room, in our post-show meeting. Got so, like, leaned forward, and then you, like, reeled yourself in. To your credit, you go, well, Scheffler's just going to beat me by 1, and then it's just going to be over. And then Scheffler doesn't even really do, like, it's just, like, some nobody gets first-round leader anyway. It's tale as old as time with Paul. Like, we've seen this story time and time again.
Yeah. We all had the right idea. We started by looking way down the board. Charles Schwab Challenge, this is a perfect spot for nobody, in the neighborhood of triple digits to be the first round leader. That happened, just ended up picking the wrong guy. Will it be someone like that down the board that wins this tournament? Could be, especially if Scheffler's not going to make the cut. And right now he's on that cut line. Wow, Ricky Fowler's T4. Are you kidding me? That's how bad this tournament is.
Will not last. Is he wearing all orange again? Is he still doing that? Orange on orange on orange?
Usually doesn't
isn't that his
orange.
Sunday look?
Oh, they're in Texas? He's probably doing orange all weekend. Yeah. I'm not a fan of Fowler.
I still have Batia in the mix. He's 3 under. He tees off at 130. He's 4 back right now. I bet him at 70-1, and I'm looking right now. BetMGM has him live at 33-1. So long way to go, but I'd rather have him be 33 than 300-1. You mentioned Scotty. He's bordering on the cut line, correct?
Mm-hmm.
He's still
he's even.
To win. He's co-favored to win the tournament.
Oh my God. He is. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
He's about 8-1.
That is proof that you will never get value betting Scotty Scheffler live. He's hovering around the cut line, 7 shots back, and he's still 8-1.
Wow. And he's played a bunch today too. So he has less golf than most of everybody else that's still alive in the tournament. Everybody else that's out there. Yeah, in this field, you're never going to get any kind of value on Scotty Scheffler. You won't get any on him, period, at any tournament. But yeah, over 2 days left to go, 2.5 rounds about. They're looking at it and saying, see, they know if they go, let's say they go to 15, they're just going to keep betting them. They're probably betting them at 8 because it's a weak field. So why go to 15 if they're going to keep betting them at 8? Just doesn't make any sense. So I understand why.
There's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason to give him away. Yeah. I imagine if, let's say, Scotty misses the cut, he might then drop down to the 3rd favorite to win the tournament.
Yep.
Miss the cut.
That's about it. That's about it.
Oh, he's still 12-1. Bill, he missed the cut. Yeah, I don't care. He's going to come back. 12-1.
Bet. Keep it on the board. Don't take it off the board if you're a sports book. So, yeah, Sam got screwed by Paul. Paul's not here to defend himself. He knew it. He knew it, too. And then he texted us, you don't know how long I contemplated. Do I say anything? Do I do it? But he did it. And it happened.
I'll say he contemplated for about 7 seconds.
Yes. Yeah. And he had to squeeze it in before the end of the show. All right. Major League Baseball card. This is Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P here on the BetMGM network. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time, heading into Memorial Day weekend. We've got a full card of baseball on this Friday. Sam, is there anything that jumps out to you for, God, first thing we always talk about is the Rockies fade. Schmidt is laying 3.25 at Colorado for the New York Yankees.
I told you, my New York parlay. Take the Yankees.
Yeah, that's right.
Wheel them with the Knicks. Money line. That's my favorite move today in baseball. I know people laugh because we talk about this all the time, but they're 8-42. So what is so funny? What's so funny about making money and betting against the worst team of all time? Repeat, Yankees and Knicks money line is -116. I also saw this yesterday. I was reading a story on ESPN.com. This is, I believe, Bradford Doolittle. Colorado is on pace to finish 74 games out of first place. 74, which would shatter the all-time record. But it gets worse, as Doolittle adds. The Rockies are also on pace to finish 58 games out of 4th place. Think about that. 58 games out of 4th.
Who's in 4th right now in that division? Is it San Diego, the way they've been playing?
I was going to guess it was Arizona or San Diego, but I don't. Top of my head, I don't know.
San Diego's lost 6 in a row.
Oh, then it's probably them.
Yeah.
Nope, Arizona still. Arizona is 26-24. Colorado is 8-42. So 18-18. They're 18 games out of 4th right now. And on pace to be, I want to repeat the stat correctly, 58 games out of 4th. That's their pace right now.
Wow. Brutal. All right. Elsewhere, where we can find some value. We brought up playing Washington as a dog yesterday. Washington's a dog again today with Mackenzie Gore on the bump against San Francisco. Gore's numbers are terrific. You look at his strikeouts per 9, north of 13 strikeouts per 9 innings, a 2.47 xFIP, and a dog at home. The Nationals have won 5 in a row. Playing good ball right now. That's a team that I would back in this spot with this pitcher on the bump. So I don't have a problem taking Washington as a short dog against San Francisco.
You get Mackenzie Gore as well, who's been one of the best pitchers in baseball this year in several areas.
Yep.
I could ride the hot team. I love riding the hot team and fading the garbage. That's not a bad idea. Atlanta got completely blasted today. So a couple things. San Diego struggling, as you mentioned. Sales on the hill, the reigning Cy Young winner. And I saw this hit the board in the last half hour on the Odds Logic screen. Ronald Acuna in the lineup tonight for Atlanta.
Ooh.
Oh, so that's a boost. Here we go. People are going to bet on Atlanta in this spot. That said, overnight line, Atlanta minus 140. Current market, minus 175, minus 180. BetMGM minus 185. It's moved almost half a dollar.
In that game, yeah, that's a boost. People are going to bet into that, not just because of him, just what it's going to do for the entire team. And, you have your reigning Cy Young guy on the bump. Another angle to that game, you've got Pivetta starting for the Padres. Marcell Ozuna, 31 at-bats against Pivetta, 6 home runs. 6 home runs, 31 ABs. It's not a great number, but just passing it along. Maybe there's something else you like total bases or something like that. Home run prop for Ozuna is plus 320, your best price.
That would cheapen the Braves money line. Braves to win, Ozuna to homer. These are the ways you get around the juice. Let me also bring up something that I believe we discussed either yesterday or the day before, and that's Atlanta to win the World Series. I didn't do it yet. Don't know why I'm waiting. I've thought about this now for about 10 days. I know they're getting healthier as we speak, and the pitching eventually will be much healthier as well. So in the wild card right now, they are 3.5 back. That's nothing in late May. They could go on a 10-3 run and be right there with the talent they have, the lineup, the bullpen, all that. Let's say Acuna hits a home run tonight or 2 home runs tonight. What do you think somebody is going to think sitting on the couch watching the Braves if Acuna homers in his first game back or homers twice? What are they going to think? Well, imagine if they get hot, right? So any flashes that Acuna shows you in the first few days or the first weekend, whatever, people are going to bet the Braves World Series.
Yep.
If he does anything of flash, of substance, that's going to be what many people think. Well, now they're healthy. Now they're going to get hot. Now they're going to go on a run. There's a reason, though, too, that they've never gotten, even when they were awful in April, they never got higher than 20-1, 22-1 to win the World Series because the books respect them. This was the 3rd or 4th favorite at multiple sports books in the summer, or the offseason, rather, not the summer. In the offseason, February, March. They're line 3, line 4. You know what? I'm just going to bet it. I'm going to log in now, and I'm going to bet there's an 18-1, and I'm going to bet it because that team is going to be there at the very end and make the playoffs.
On top of Sam's point really fast, Acuna in his rehab, 6 games, was hitting 400 with 2 home runs.
So he is plus 330 for a homer tonight. That's the best price you can find. Everything is
range on them.
Braves. Yeah.
The range on them for the World Series, by the way, 18, 16, 16, 15, 14, 12. Don't bet the 12 when you could bet the 18.
Yeah, the 18 is going to go away. I agree with you.
It might go away in the next 5 minutes after I send this text.
Yep. Very well could. All right. So the Braves, I think that's a good angle. Couple others. You mentioned the hot team against the not so hot team. What about the Angels? They've won 7 in a row They are $1.50 favorites against Miami. Alcantara has been a straight-up fade. He's going for the Marlins today. So let's see if the Angels can get their 8th straight victory. And Lopez, very good history against Kansas City, minus 160. I don't know about laying $1.60 with the Twins. Just want to bring that up, that he's got good history there. So you see why they're the favorite. But I might just be looking at these hot teams in Washington and the LA Angels today. I think the Braves, a good look as well that you bring up, Sam. Sammy P., you've got Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. A lot more coming your way. We'll take a look at tonight's NHL game. And also, there was a big announcement in the sports betting world yesterday. We'll keep you up to speed on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. the BetMGM Network.
Yo, Sammy P, a lot happening on the Friday. Thank you for hanging out on this Memorial Day weekend, and kids are getting out of school early, at least mine are. People probably doing some traveling, maybe checking out the show. We appreciate each and every one of you. We want to get to a baseball number that we were discussing during the break, or a couple of them. But in reaction to the draft that we had about our dream team for flag football, we're hearing from some people on X. Our guy Harry says, OMG! Exclamation, exclamation. How did Travis Hunter not go 1-1? Jake got him. He was the only good pick by Jake out of the entire draft.
Okay.
Jake would have taken a kicker if we didn't tell him the roster.
Dude, why? Okay, help me out. Why'd you take Brock Bowers 1-1?
Because I wanted to get like the tight end offensive lineman spot out of the way. I also didn't know that we could just throw anybody at offensive lineman. I thought we were just doing tight ends as offensive linemen. So
we were kind of making it up as we were going along.
That is also true.
Look, there's nothing wrong with building in the trenches. I will fight with Jake on that. I don't think I would have taken Brock Bowers 1-1. In fact, I thought he was kidding when he said Brock Bowers.
So did I.
Listen, you got to make waves somehow, right?
I thought he was going to take Rashad Mendenhall, something like that. Kurt Kittner.
Give me Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant 1-1.
Oh man, yeah. So, but you got Hunter, or did somebody else grab him?
I got Hunter. I got Gibbs. I got CD. Herbert.
We were also.
So
let's lay out.
It was a fifth round. Yeah.
There's a new segment for the summer. Suck it, Joe. That's perfect. Perfect idea for a segment. I was on the fence between Hill and Hunter. I even said that. I went with Hill. I could have gone Hunter. It is what it is. But we weren't considering defense. We just wanted to do offense only. Because if you're doing a 10-person draft, we would have all confused ourselves. There would have been double picks. Joe would have picked Dick Clark again. Like, it would have got out of whack. So we just decided to do offense only. If we were drafting offense and defense, I think you would have seen Hunter go in the first round, if not 1-1. Just for context on that comment. It's a fair comment, and I appreciate when people chime in. By the way, I want to get to this. Maybe we do it before Lightning Bets, because I know that's a popular segment. Our guy Mikey Betts, who is always listening and always tweeting at the show, he has a future ticket that's massive right now. It is a ticket that'll win him $9,000 if everything goes right. The payout on the ticket was $75,000 to 1. And the last two legs are Dallas Stanley Cup and Thunder NBA title. So he is alive on that ticket. And I do want to discuss that maybe later in the show. But when you guys tweeted us and text us and DM us, we want you to be a part of the show. We're not the type of show that begs for interaction. But if you have a legit betting question or comment or idea, angle, we want that to be a part of the show. And Harry is often tweeting thoughts at us. Mikey does all the time. Anything that could enhance the show from a question and answer standpoint is great. We're not going to ask you the questions. So, what's your favorite bet tonight? Like, I don't like that. I don't care. But if it's a strategy question or a bankroll question or what do I do? I think it's very interesting to have those conversations.
Yeah, especially this time of year, having more and more of those conversations, because during football it gets hectic. It's hard to get to some of that stuff. But yeah, we love having these general betting conversations. And we were having one during the break on the Red Sox because they get washed out yesterday. And you look up on the split doubleheader against the Orioles today, it is two of our favorite fades going for the Red Sox today. In the first game, they got Bayo. In the second game, Giolito. We were talking about fading Giolito yesterday when scheduled. Well, he's going to end up pitching tonight. But this is an Orioles team that has really been struggling. They just ended their extended losing streak. Here's a decent chance. What do we do here with Baltimore-Boston? I know you were considering a couple of angles.
So the over got slammed in the last couple hours. I can tell you exactly when it was. It was 9 on the open, and then there was a big push to 9.5. Let's see exactly when the move happened. 9:41 a.m. Eastern, so a little over an hour ago. Bayo has been due to regress. You pointed that out weeks ago. I drafted him list of losers. He came out of the gate, pitched okay, not great by any stretch, but he was pitching lucky. He was getting out of all these jams. And the Red Sox hit lefties extremely well. They mash against left-handed starters. So if you're in this belief that Bayo will continue to regress, it's probably a decent bet to go over 9.5. You can still find a couple 9s. They're rare, but they're out there. Now you get plus money to go over 9.5. But if this goes the way it could, we're talking 7-5 final, Joe. So it's not, I don't think it's going to eke over. It's either going to fly over or sail under. If Bayo throws 3-hit baseball, it's going to be 5-1. So that's baseball in a nutshell. But let me just give you Bayo's last 3 starts. 4 2/3, 4 2/3, 4 1/3. He's not going deep. The hits have racked up 4 to 6 to 10. The earned runs 0 to 3 to 7. And the walks 5-2-5. It's always been fastball command with him. I was here. I worked at Nesson. We did every Red Sox game. He's got a great fastball velocity. The fastball command is a problem. And when he can't throw fastballs for strikes, then he's pitching in 2-1 and 3-1 counts. And guys are just teeing off on fastballs.
Yep.
I might jump on this over. I know it's moved a half run already, but I was always going to need 10 runs to win. Now I'm just not going to push on the 9. I might go over in that one. That's early, too. That's 1:35 first pitch.
So in the nightcap, we don't have an announcement on a starter for the Orioles. So are they going opener? What are they going to do? Unsure at the moment. But Giolito's minus 135. They're willing to install the home team, Giolito, against a struggling O's team, minus 135. I would want to know what they're going to do, but I would outright fade that. Just based on the number, the pitcher going, I would just go the other way there, man. Giolito should not be $1.35.
As for the first game, are you thinking more Orioles or more over? I kind of laid out the case for both. Do you have a favorite of the two?
I would say over. It's tough to sit here and say that you like Orioles in both games today, just with the way that they've been playing and the turmoil in that organization over the last couple of weeks. That's a tough putt. I would prefer over. That you make a strong case for the total there. And then with this number, I would go against Giolito.
The only thing that makes me hesitate about the total is that it is awful outside. I opened the front door during the break.
Yeah.
Raining again. 48 degrees feels like 40. Not that weather should be the end-all be-all. You don't really bet games because of weather unless we're talking about a Cubs game total 12.5 or 6.5. Those are different conversations.
I mean, the weather helped yesterday. So we talked about that Yankees. Who'd Rodon go against? Remind me yesterday. It was 1-0.
Rangers.
Rangers.
Okay.
Rangers.
Yeah. The total was 7 for a reason. The wind was blowing in, cold, wet. What happens? No runs are scored. And then on the opposite end, in the Athletics game, wind was blowing out. It's a AAA ballpark. Total was double digits. I think there were 15 runs scored in that game. So weather, in extreme cases, I don't mind talking about it. It certainly played a factor in a couple of situations yesterday.
No doubt. I'm just saying I don't ever make a bet. I shouldn't say never. I rarely make a bet because of the weather. The weather supplements the bet. It's not, again, unless we're talking about a very rare circumstance where it's a Friday 1:20 first pitch at Wrigley, 85 degrees, and the wind is blowing out at 15 miles an hour. That game could be 16-10 final score. So there are always exceptions to the rule. I mean, hindsight's 2020, but we had mentioned that game yesterday. I ended up on the Rangers. I took plus 125. If you would have told me the Yankees were going to score a run, I would have felt pretty good about that bet, but final score 1-0. That total told on itself. How did we not just look at a Yankee game totaled at 7 and realize that it was that low for a reason? That team crushes the baseball. For a Yankee game to be totaled at 7, the truth is literally in the number.
There's one game today at 7. Peralta and Skeens. How did we not talk about the Skeens game?
Pirates can't hit. Well, because we were talking about other things before the baseball started. It's fine. I mean, Skeens is usually going to keep his side of the fence intact. I mean, he had that one game against the Cubs where they hit him all over the park. I think he gave up 3 home runs, but these are not two teams that can hit. No. We know the Pirates can't hit, and the Brewers are very hit or miss. They're either all locked in or they're all swinging and missing.
Last 4 Skeens starts, the Pirates have lost. He's doing his job, but they keep losing his starts, and you've got to lay a price. It's not a big price today at minus 125, but I can't back that offense. I can't back that team right now, Sam. It is just fade. Okay, maybe there's an opportunity because of Skeens' name value that you can fade him. But yeah,
Freddie
losing the
Peralta
last 4
on the other
starts,
side too.
Yeah, Peralta's solid.
You go Milwaukee, Jake?
I already bet Milwaukee on the money line today.
Yeah, I hear you. It makes perfect sense.
Skeens is 3-5 record-wise. The team, when he starts, is 3-7, which we have talked about. But let's just give you his last 5 starts. Here are the earned runs. 1, 1, 2, 3, 0. Not his fault.
Doing his job. They can't score. Doing everything he can. Joe Sammy P with you for another hour. We teased a little bit earlier, but I do want to get to that big announcement of a massive contest going on in the sports betting world. That's next. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM Network.
We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time. BetMGM Network, BetMGMNetwork.com. Nessa Nation, what's going on? We're always with you in this hour here on the BetMGM Network. All right,
Turn your
Sam,
camera on. This is getting weird. Your camera's not on, so they're just focusing on me.
I forgot about it. I started to cough, and I was focused on that. I'm like, oh, I forgot I never turned my camera back on when I returned. Sorry about that. What the hell? We're already
But don't apologize to me.
mode.
Apologize to Gerch, because Gerch is like, so
No, I'm not
we
apologizing
are.
to him.
Okay, fine, fair enough. So a little peek behind the curtain here. This is an audio program on video. So if you're switching or directing the show, you need to show something on camera. Well, Joe's camera's off, so Gerch is like, Joe, turn the camera on. So then we wait for 30 seconds. You start the intro, and Gert's got to take something. So then he just takes me.
Yep. You could have started like mouthing it, pretending like you were actually talking.
No, because then people would think that I was. Then people watching would think I was muted, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
Yes, it always is.
Hold on. Remember when we had Goff on, and he was talking about the last few years at the Score, and he was bagging on the text line. He's like, "Oh, so now we get to read how much we suck in real time," and then you go, "Oh yeah, and you're on camera." So. Like radio has become this multifaceted avenue now where if you're on radio, you have to be on video because the social team wants to clip it. But this is not how it used to be back in the day.
No. Yeah, that's always, there's some people that are new to the medium that have a difficult time with it. So the concept of people just, whipping out the phone, texting in real time as they're listening to you, it kind of sounds cool in the beginning, like, wow, that's interesting. And they're responding immediately. They don't have to wait on hold for 20 minutes to get on the air. They're just reacting right then and there. Kind of like Twitter, right? But it's kind of worse. And yeah. And as you're doing the show, like Twitter, you have the option of muting your mentions, and you don't have to read it if you don't want to, if you're not in the mood. You don't have to be on X the entire show, but they've got a big screen with all the text coming in right in front of your face as you're trying to focus and talking to a microphone. There are a lot of people that have difficulty with it. I'd be like, close it. You don't have to read that. Close it. Read the sponsorship. Close that damn thing. Why do you have to read, hey, you're ugly, hey, you suck, every little thing? But people like that accessibility. But
they do. They also love talking smack, and I can only imagine the text that Jason Goff had to read in the last year or two. Like I can only imagine.
Ask Layla. You know what I mean?
I will not.
Yeah.
I will not.
Yeah, it's not a lot of fun. So maybe I'm going too far with this. It feels like there's a contest war out in Vegas between the sports books. So we had mentioned that our friends at the Westgate, I don't know, a few weeks, closer to a month ago, they came out and they're like, okay, we're going to get in the Survivor game. Let's have a college football pool. That's lacking out here. It doesn't get enough attention. Nobody talks about it. Let's bring that to the table. $500 an entry, only ATS, 7 picks per week. Like I know some spots have done it, but it doesn't garner a lot of attention usually. And they said, let's go high roller Survivor. Let's do that. Look, Circus had Survivor. They've done a great job with it. The weight's been growing. It's really good for everyone involved. But let's go high roller Survivor. $5,000 an entry. That is out there. And you're waiting on Circa to make their announcement. And every year they roll it out and they bump up the guarantee. And they did that once again. Last year, the guarantee for Survivor, and guarantee means it doesn't matter how many entries there are, this is how much money is going to be in the pot, at least. Last year was $10 million. $1,000 buy-in per entry. This year, the guarantee is $15 million. $15 million. That gets announced yesterday. But the reason I say we have a contest war going on in Vegas between these sports books is you had Westgate come out and say, hey, we're going to do a high roller survivor, just a little something different for people that are looking to spend more and get, some of the chalky money out of it, fewer entries, right? It's called the grandest seam. What did you see what they're calling this? The high roller one?
I saw it. Is it Grandissimo?
Yes.
Okay. I knew there was an ancient Rome twist on it. It's very Caesar's Palace. Grandissimo, I think is what I saw it yesterday. And, your point about I don't think war is a fair term. But it's definitely
competitive.
It's a competition, 100%.
Yeah.
And I like both sides. So I'm not going to pick one. I am best friends with John Murray. Him and I talk all the time. So him and I became good friends when I lived in Vegas, and we've been to dinner with him. We hang out with him. He takes care of us. We take care of him. I know that people at the Westgate were very, very upset when Circa decided to do the million, because the million is the super contest. It's the same thing.
Yes, they won up. Yeah,
that's when this started. And I'll give Derek and his team credit. Mike Palm and Jeff Benson. Again, they both do very good things for the business. But I think there were and understandably so. The super contest has been pick 5 ATS for decades. And then Circa starts a Circa million, which is pick 5 games ATS. It's the same contest.
They copied it. They're just guaranteeing more money, right? That was
the Survivor idea. Though, is a Derek Palm Benson idea. That was all them. They figured out how to do a Survivor pool at a very high level. But if you don't understand the competition between the two, I just don't think you're paying attention.
Yeah. So, look, people are going to get mad. It's good for us. It's good for the industry. It gets people talking. This is not something that was, but before Circa got involved in the Survivor game, contests were talked about, like the super contest that was followed, but this took it to an entirely new level. Now you've got multiple contests with so much money involved here. So yeah, I mean, it's fair. The super contest was the contest for so long. Circa Million kind of squash the super contest. It's not over. They still do it. It's just not what it once was. And so the Westgate, they do their own spin on Survivor. And then now Circa comes in and they try to squash that as well. So, yeah, you're right. If you don't think there's some heavy competition, you're not paying attention. Grandissimo. We didn't mention the buy-in. The high roller one for Westgate is $5,000. The Circa one is $100,000. 100. A limit of 2 entries, $100,000 buy-in, a $1.5 million guarantee. How many entries do you think are going to go for $100K?
I don't know.
Man, I don't know where to start.
Somebody had asked us yesterday if you and I were going to join the big one, and I said, "Yeah, we'll see if the bosses will sign off on that $100,000 entry for us, or we'll just. How about this? We'll both put up 50, no problem. That's not a lot of money, right?
I'll sell my Bitcoin. Yeah,
you could probably pay with Bitcoin at Circa. They do let you bet with Bitcoin, and you also Circa has done. I mean, we could talk about this for an hour. The way that Circa has changed the game. I mean, Circa's doing things that sports books never did. But they let you bet with Bitcoin, and then they have like an in-house credit guy. So, I mean, that's not necessarily a new thing, but like Circa advertises like, hey, if you want to take out 10,000, we'll get your information, we'll check your credit, we'll run a background, and here you go, here's 10,000. Now, people have been getting markers for years, like when Bogdanovich gave the marker to Barkley and Barkley never paid it. That's a famous story in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Circa lets you bet or enter contests with Bitcoin. I'm almost positive on that.
I don't even know. I don't know. You've got sharps living out there, pros. They'll get involved and they'll see a $1.5 million guarantee and they'll be watching those numbers closely. What if it's very low? What if people just aren't signing up? They're not getting groups together. You know, like Jake mentioned here in the chat, let's do it. 5 of us put in $20K each. It's a wrap. We got our spot. There wouldn't be any arguments about that, huh? You think it's bad with Pam and Kelly in Vegas and Ariel? Imagine that one.
Now, is that the $100,000 one? I'm a little confused here. Is that pick 5 or is that Survivor?
That's Survivor.
So 5 people. Yeah, great idea, Jake. 5 people will put 20,000 in, and we will all kill each other by week 3.
Gerch is at all of our doors with a shotgun by week 2.
Yeah.
I think we should definitely do one of the contests this year, and we probably will. I got a text right when the tweet dropped from Derek Stevens, the owner of Circa. I got a text immediately from Chirizi and Beefloaf, the guys that won at least split in the Rich People League. Well, they won. I mean, they won and they split. Both are true.
Yeah.
And they sent the video, and you see Derek parading around, and you see the announcement about the 15 million. That's crazy. And how that works, say that only $11 million signs up, Circa covers the remaining 4. So that's how the guarantee works. But here's the reality. They're going to get over that number. You're going to have so many people. This is marketing 101. You just create the biggest thing and tout the biggest prize, and the fish will just come. That's how it works.
Yep. I'm now more fascinated to see how many people are going to buy $100,000 entries, and with a limit of 2, like what does that number get to?
Mm-hmm.
You think there'll be 100?
I don't know. All I know is that the contests like that become so difficult to win because there's so many people. The best contest in town.
The 15 million. Yeah.
I think the best contest in town is the Golden Nugget contest. It was $1,000. Winner take, I want to say 70% of the pot. I could be wrong on that. It was like 60 or 70, but you'd have less people. You know, Super Contest used to have 2,500 people when you and I used to do it back in the day. It was like 2,800. Then it got to 3,000. Then it got to 4,000. And then Circa opened and the numbers have come down. But the Golden Nugget would have 800 people at $1,000 a head. And you got 7 games, ATS, pro or college football. Those were some of the sharpest handicappers in the world because you'd see a lot of sharp college football. I mean, guys would be betting Louisiana Lafayette and Ohio and you name it, Fresno State. Like these people weren't picking Alabama LSU games. They were finding the goods. And the guys that worked at the Nugget that were getting the picks for the contest used to use them. It would help shape their lines.
Mm-hmm.
So if you had a really sharp guy come in and take 8 with Minnesota, Tony Miller would move the line to 7 because he knew 8 was too much if a sharp guy was picking it. It's all game theory, man. And the books use the information to help manage their money.
I've never tailed, but I'll look at some of the really good bettors like that are in millions and the 5 picks that they take because it all gets posted on the Saturday night. It gets locked Saturday afternoon. Got to get your picks in, and they're all posted. And you know it's out there. Some of the sharper bettors that are in these contests, and then they end up posting their 5 picks because it's got to be out there. You know what tells it all is the announcement with the guarantee up to 15 million for Survivor. For Circa million, it stays the same at 6. Circa Survivor pools in general, growing exponentially. ATS, I don't know if people are done with it. People still do it, but it's just so damn hard. That's where I'm coming from. I'm not bored by ATS contests. I think they're a lot of fun. I understand why the Super Contests grew so much. Now Circa Million as well. But you have to win these, you've got to be right on the NFL for 18 weeks at 70% ATS. 70%. Like 60%, you're not even cashing anymore. That's why I stopped playing in them. I just walked away a couple of years ago. I'm like, look, I can't do this. I could maybe do 60% over a season in a very good year, but 70%, it's not happening.
That's why the Sharps did the Nugget contest. It's easier to beat 800 people than it is to beat 4,000 people.
Joe O, Sammy P, we'll talk some NHL, some other things we want to get to before we get out of here for the weekend right here on BetSweats.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
What DM?
Some people. Where's the room?
Oh, Sammy P. Best West.
Did you just read that for the first time?
No, I read it earlier, but then I forgot about it. It was like it's the first thing I saw this morning, actually, is you hitting the love emoji, the heart emoji on a screenshot from our guy Jake Hassan.
Which was sent at 5:22 a.m. Chicago time. That was maybe the biggest sleeper of the day. Jake, were you just not sleeping or what?
When did you get up?
No, I was. This is gonna sound like such a brag, but it's really not. I was on my way to the gym. I go to the gym in the mornings.
Every morning?
Yep. 4:45 alarm, baby.
I thought you went in the afternoon. Are you double dipping though in the gym?
No, because in the afternoon I have my show, so I don't have because by the time I tried it one day, I tried it the first day of Bet Slips and Bat Flips, and which you can catch 1:30 p.m. Eastern today on BetMGM Network. But I tried it one day when I only had an hour, but it's just by the time I walk across the street to the gym, shower and everything, it's just not worth it for as long as I want to be there and do my full routine.
Then the show's in your head, yeah.
Right. So, and then I got people texting me about whatever, about the afternoon show too. So it's just way easier to just go in the morning. It's also nicer because there's nobody there at 6 a.m., 5:30 a.m. It's way nicer.
Yeah. This shift has allowed a very nice schedule, to go. I can go to the gym at 12:30 in the afternoon now, which is great. And then be home at 2:00 or whatever. But yeah, I noticed Joe cackling as we were coming back from break, and I knew what he was reading because Jake sent a message from somebody who was listening to our segment yesterday when we were talking about, would you rather be the first against the gorilla or the last with Bonnie Blue? Yeah. And this is a wild message. I'm not going to read it. If anybody else wants to read it, I'm not reading it. I'm literally telling you I'm not reading it. If Jake wants to read it, that's fine. But it's a very funny response to the prompt, if you will.
Yeah, I had to bring it up to the Donkster today about what his response would be. And I think it's predictably, Chelsea was very comfortable during that conversation. Let's just say that. It's like,
there he is.
So you like the Knicks tonight or the Pacers?
If you're watching on Twitch right now or YouTube, you see the Donkster, who is the mascot of Just the Daily Tip mornings on the BetMGM network. He was talking yesterday about, what was it? Oh, the Tush Push, because the Tush Push was being voted on or had been voted on. I forget the order of the days. Everything runs together. But he was basically, I've been doing the Tush Push for decades, Dad. And then they cut to Chelsea, who just sitting there like this with her head in her hand. And then Jenks says, after the Dogster finishes, Jenks goes, that's gross, buddy. It's very, very good bit that certainly pushes the bounds.
Well, I'm very concerned about Annie Knight, and that's how we got there. You brought that story to our attention. I believe that's her name, the OnlyFans star or whatever she is. But anyways, we can move on. We're playing Where's the Room? NBA Eastern Conference Finals, game number 2. How do the Knicks bounce back? And we had our guesses earlier on in the show, Sam, about which names would pop in the top 5 most popular player props for this game. Jake will now share them. What you got, Jake?
My bad. All right. So first,
Jake was he was leaving for the gym. Sorry.
My bad.
I was on my way out already.
Give my pump on.
No.
Go ahead.
I think you're, according to the group chat, you're the pump guy.
No. Just go ahead.
I would rather fight that gorilla. Nope, never mind.
You're going to die in one second.
Where's the room? Yeah. Number 5, Jalen Brunson, first field goal, plus 425. Shocker.
Why are they keep betting this first field goal stuff, and it
so
rarely
stupid.
wins?
Who hit it last night? Who was the first field goal? It's never the star, and they always bet the star at like 4-1. It just rarely seems to be. Watch, it was probably SGA or something like that, but I don't understand why this is so popular. And it's a crap number. If you're going to play this, give me something better than that. I don't understand it at all. So last night,
first field goal scorer last night was Ant.
That would have been
it was
450, 5-1.
Was that mentioned yesterday, or was it SGA?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I remember DiVincenzo was popular, and that did not hit. That was the most popular one at 9.5 points over.
I do my best to erase everything from Where's the Room that day. Once the show is over, I wipe the slate because I need to forget the bad bets.
Here we go. What's number 4?
All right, number 4. So I was trying to find yesterday's, but anyway, I digress.
It's all good.
For number 4, and Where's the Room? Tyrese Halliburton, first field goal, plus 1050.
Stupid. Let's go. What's number 3?
We'll have fun with this one. Aaron Nesmith, over 1.5 assists, plus 135.
We debated points or made threes. Which over on Nesmith after his 30-point game are they going to bet? The answer is neither. They went over 1.5 assists, which is shocking. And they're not laying a price. They got a plus money here.
Do you think he's going to pass the ball tonight after last game?
No, I don't. I don't want anything to do with Nesmith. I understand why the juice is on the under. I wouldn't bet the under and fade it, but yeah, no, I'm not doing anything Nesmith. By tip time, I'm sure one of his other props is going to be in the top 5.
You will see more Nesmith love throughout the day. We are still hours away from game number 2. It's tough to think that a guy who is always shoot first and spot up and chuck, that he's going to turn into this distributor now. Mm-hmm. He's also not a guy, you're not going to double him. I could see you trying to chase him off the 3-point line, but you're not suddenly going to double Aaron Nesmith in the NBA playoffs. You know, that's how a lot of these star players get assists. You have the first defender, the primary, and then you bring the help. So if you bring the help, somebody else is open, and a smart ball handler facilitator is going to find the open man, or at least make that first pass, the skip pass that gets, kicked to the corner or whatever. You're not going to double Aaron Nesmith. And after he shot 9 of 13 from the floor and 8 of 9 from 3 in game 1, I don't think he's going to not look for his shot. I guess I'm just surprised by how random this is. The guy just had an epic postseason shooting performance, and the public is lining up to bet his assist number. I would have never seen that coming.
I actually understand number 2. What's 2, Jake?
Really quick before we do that, just to close the loop on first field goal. Yesterday, as far as in the room, was SGA plus 550, and it was Ant.
And they missed it again, and it was
Yep.
Okay.
So today they're covering their bases by going Brunson and Halliburton in the room. Just really,
it's got to be it's got to be the best players. Nobody else can score the first bucket.
Nope.
Yeah. All right, number 2 in the room, Tyrese Halliburton over 20.5 points, minus 105.
I would not want anything to do with this. I understand it. The most overrated player in the NBA, right? We saw some of those polls going around, and look at the playoffs that Halliburton's putting together and that moment he had the other night. It makes sense that the public would be betting this. It wouldn't be me. Here's what would scare me off. You've got a higher point total, highest on the team, and it could be a blowout scenario. The number's up to 6.5 at BetMGM. It could be in this bounce back.
All right, first in the room, presiding in the room, Jalen Brunson, under 2.5 3-pointers made, minus 140.
See, that's when I would fade every night.
All
give
day.
Me plus money and a guy that shoots a lot of threes. This happened in the Celtics series, and I'm pretty sure we took Brunson's over that night because they were doing the same thing. He had a poor shooting night, and then the very next game, everybody bet his 3-pointers under, and I believe he had 4 or 5, and the number was 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
He was 1 of 6 in game 1, which is probably the main reason for this angle here. It's not exactly sharp, Jake. We just study the last box score, and then, of course, let's bet that again. But here's what I want to focus on. Not necessarily the makes, the attempts.
Yes.
Brunson in the last, let's call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 playoff games has taken 6, 8, 4, 8, 8, 9, 9.
Yeah.
It's the volume that's there. And if he has an average night at that volume, he's going to make 4 or 5 threes.
Boston series, he averaged 8 attempts. Detroit series, he averaged 8 attempts. He had 6 attempts the other night. Chances are he has more tonight. That is an overplay or it's a nothing. I wouldn't play the under. I'm not fading Brunson tonight. He had 43 points in this matchup the other day. It's a must-win game at home, game 2. You cannot fall down 0-2 going to Indiana. Not fading that dude. And the other thing is, Brunson's going to be on the court probably every minute tonight with Tibbs.
He played he played 38 minutes in the last game. That did go to overtime. He'll be at 40 tonight.
Yeah.
So did I.
I agree.
I was surprised by that. I saw 43 first, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. But that's his point output. 43 points in 38 minutes. That's efficient. He's going to have – I'm going to call my shot here because the room is in love with the Brunson under. I think he's going to have 3 threes at halftime, and it'll already be a winner. For the faders, not for the room. Yeah, I'll bet it for sure.
Yeah,
especially because they're laying $1.45. Like this is the one. $1.40 rather. So we could take back what? $1.10, $1.15? That would be a pretty good bet.
I like a lot of New York looks tonight. Which probably means I should be betting the Knicks. We like them to win. It's just that number that is a little worrisome.
If this makes you feel any better, my friend Rack Jack, who I told you has been insane in this NBA postseason, I think he's 44-17 now. He texted me at 10:12. I'm hammering the Knicks tonight.
Yep.
And this is a guy you could follow if you want. RACJAC24. He puts everything online for free. You don't pay for picks or anything. He is as locked in as I've seen somebody in the NBA playoffs, and he's going to play the Knicks tonight. So take that for what you will.
Circa 6.5. Superbook 6.5. Jazz. Yeah. This is going to 6.5 everywhere. So if you're going to play the Knicks,
won by 15 tonight, I wouldn't.
No, that's why I said I wouldn't bet that Halliburton because I'd be worried about a blowout. And then maybe Halliburton's not in the court in the fourth quarter.
Yep, there goes MGM 6.5. Yep. The tickets are going to come in on one side and the money will come in on the other. That much is obvious.
Yeah. Oh, you think the public's going to bet the Pacers?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Interesting. All right, good stuff. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Out of curiosity, I did look at the room for NHL, and we actually have one that isn't a goal scorer in the room for NHL today. It's no goal in the first 10 minutes.
Oh. I don't like that with Edmonton. Edmonton
plus
just plays at such a furious pace. What's the price on the room bet?
No goal in the first 10 minutes plus 140. And Oilers and Stars tonight.
That feels like a dead dog. Feels like a dead dog to me, Joe.
I would not. Other series? Fine. I'm willing to have that conversation. Not with Edmonton, where they need a win bad. I don't think so. Maybe that is something that's popular all the time.
When the public comes out of the woodwork and starts betting dogs, that's a bad sign for the dog, whatever it is, whoever it is. Plus 140, when they load up to bet that, there's probably a sharp guy on the other side willing to lay $1.70.
Are you doing anything NHL tonight or staying off that game?
I'll bet Dallas again. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You mentioned that with Pete.
I think they're such a much better team.
Yeah, that would put both series 2-0 if the Dallas Stars can take care of the Oilers tonight. We'll talk about that coming up in just a moment with Lightning Bets just going into the holiday weekend. We've got a full MLB card. The NBA, NHL playoffs continue. So a lot to digest with so much happening this playoff weekend. Every day you look up like, okay, big playoff game. Can't wait to see if the Pacers end up winning this game. A lot of sharper bettors would be surprised. They're betting that bounce back big time. I didn't get that sense last night, but the Knicks bounce back, that seems to be taking in a lot of money, and that's why these numbers are moving. All right, we'll wrap things up. Bet Sweats next. We've got Lightning Bets on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We've got our lightning bets coming up in just a few minutes before we make way for Memorial Day weekend. Hope everybody has a very relaxing, fun weekend. And we wanted to get to a question we received on Twitter. Mikey Betts, a regular on the show, brought this scenario up, and we think he's in a very strong position. Sam, explain.
So he's looking for hedge insight on a bet that he made. He took a shot at plus 75500, so 75,000 to 1. Mikey bet $12 to win 9,000. The last two legs of this parlay, Thunder to win the title, Stars to win the cup. I think he has at least one winner there. I would not be hedging anything NBA. He's a heavy favorite. You mentioned the price, OKC minus 2,500 to win the West. They're going to get to the final and probably win the final. In Mikey's case, I wouldn't hedge against Edmonton either. I like Dallas tonight, wink, wink, which we'll get to momentarily.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't hedge this at all. Let me start by saying that. And it's impossible for me to really lay into this because I don't have the bet. It's much different if you have the bet. What I would do, though, if I had this bet, I might bet Florida to win the Stanley Cup. That's it. I mean, like, I don't know what else you would do. Did I steal your thunder there? My bad.
No, I think it's the obvious answer, right? Like, that's the only thing you... So, NBA-wise, you've got the Thunder. They're minus 300 at BetMGM to win the title. We started off the show by saying, is there anybody else? Wouldn't you be shocked if it's anybody but the Thunder? And that's where we're at. Even though there's 6 wins away, that we would be very surprised if it's anybody but the Thunder. I think the NBA side is good. And then the NHL one, yeah, the Stars have one win in their back pocket. So that's the one that's kind of up in the air. And it looks like Florida's going to be playing in the finals. So, that would be the only one. That would be it. And they're about plus 120, plus 125 right now to win the cup. If you wait any longer, especially if they go up 3-0, that's only going to get worse to where you have to lay a price. So that would be it. I guess it comes down to his confidence in Dallas, but it's still hockey. So I don't want to say anything can happen, but it's pretty darn close. We've seen some wild things happen in the playoffs.
You're not hedging with Carolina. So let's take them out of the equation. Carolina is not winning the Stanley Cup. I think they might have a very slim chance to come back and win this series, but very unlikely. For me, it's Edmonton and the net. The net is very worrisome. Edmonton has been able to alleviate a lot of that because Edmonton has the puck all the time. You can't get your defense exposed when you have the puck and you have a pretty decent game up the middle, right? You've got a lot of really decent centers that win faceoffs and carry possession. I don't like Edmonton to beat both Dallas and Florida. So I would not hedge. But I think if you're looking to hedge, and again, I want to just get the numbers up here on the bet. So it's a $12 bet to win 9,000.
Yes.
You could bet 500 on the Panthers to win the cup at plus 125. So that wins you what? $6. You lose the 9 on your bet or the $12 on your bet, you come out of there with almost $600. If the parlay hits, you only lose 500 out of 9,000. That's probably the hedge. If you want to hedge more, fine. Would not hedge on my end though. Would not. I'd roll this.
I want to know what other legs he already hit on this. Like, how many legs is this parlay? Because Thunder Stars, that's not going to get you anywhere close to this number. I don't care when it happened.
Mikey will listen if he wants to share. Have at it, Haas.
Yep. Good stuff there. I like it. I will. Oh, by the way, I'll be on Fox 32 tonight talking betting Bears futures, of course. You got the Bears as the most popular win total bet over 8.5. You've got the Bears head coach Ben Johnson as your favorite for coach of the year. So we talked all about that. Rookie of the year, offensive, defensive, good stuff. Cassie Carlson, kind enough to invite me on. So I'll be on. That's going to air after the news. It'll also be on digital as well. I'll make sure to share that at Joe Ostrowski over on
Let's
X.
go.
All right.
That's
Man,
awesome to be on Fox 32. So think about this.
Yeah.
If your son doesn't respect you after the TV spot, I don't know what it's going to take. You've already been in the paper in the last 30 days. You've been in the Sunday Chicago Sun-Times.
Very unimpressive.
Not impressed. But if Dad makes it on Fox 32, a channel that I grew up watching The Simpsons on at 5 and 5:30, Monday to Friday, and then you'd always see the promo, tonight on Fox News, Walter Jacobson, Robin Robinson. Oh my God, that's my childhood. I'm like 10 years old again watching Fox 32. If he's not impressed by that, I don't know what Dad's going to have to do. I don't know.
I think it's going to be a similar reaction because we recorded it yesterday. They got home from school and I had a jacket on. Why are you wearing that? What are you dressed up for? With shorts on, of course, because it's a Zoom call, so that's not going to be on camera. So, and I was explaining why. Didn't seem impressed. I told my daughter, I'm like, it's the channel that you watch The Masked Singer on. It's like an hour after The Masked Singer. It's going to be on there. And then she was maybe kind of impressed. Maybe when they see it, it'll be a little bit different. Or they'll make fun of me.
I hope so. No. I'm just glad you didn't have to drive all the way downtown.
So
you got to hang out. Maybe shorts and socks and sandals. I know how you roll. Maybe you were just like, fancy up top and then dad mode underneath. Before we get to the lightning bets, John Greenberg, speaking of Chicago, went to the Chicago Sky game last night. Take a guess at how much a can of 16-ounce beer costs at a Chicago Sky game.
16-ounce.
For a Coors Light, domestic.
I'm guessing these are not Masters prices. So we've got to be through the roof on this. Let's say $1 an ounce. Did they go to $16?
For the premium beers, it's $15.
Yeah.
And they are classifying Modelo as a premium beer. So $15 for a 16-ounce can of Modelo. The seltzers they have are $14. Seltzers, $14. And a bottle of water is $6.50. $6.50 for a bottle of water, which you could buy 40 of at Costco for 4 cents or whatever. The big chicken tender combo is $18. Let's see. The cheeseburger and fries is $20. It's crazy, man. $20 for a cheeseburger, and you know it's probably not good.
Oh, this is WNBA, right?
This is a WNBA game. I believe it's Wintrust Arena, right?
It is Wintrust, yeah. This is, it's insane. I was just curious.
Chicken tenders and fries, $18.
Oh my God. I'm looking at these prices. I pull up StubHub, and if you search Chicago Sky, the first thing is the Fever Sky game, right? That might be a pretty hot ticket because you got Caitlin Clark. To get in the building in the third level is $84 each. But I see some people in the lower bowl posting tickets. I'm not talking first row, but just in that lower bowl, $500-$600 a ticket right now. Come on.
To watch that? No.
A 70-point game or something.
To watch Angel Reese miss every shot from the floor? No, I'm good.
You love Angel Reese. What are your lightning bets?
I'm going back to Dallas. I'm not just doing this because I didn't go back to Oklahoma City. This is not the transitive property. I've said all along that the winner of Colorado-Dallas was going to the Cup. Dallas at home at -115 feels cheap. I make the true price $1.40, so I'm 25 cents off. Give me Dallas. It was $1.25 in game one, and now it's $1.15 in game two. People bet Edmonton at a plus price. I just don't think Edmonton is the better team. So I get the better team at home. Yeah, I'm good there. And then my start spreading the news parlay, Yankees to win, Knicks to win, -116 at BetMGM.
All right. I like it. I do like the Knicks to win. I'm not going to put them anything for lightning bets, but I have a couple props that I like. Give me Cat over 35.5 points and rebounds. He's going to smash this number. Great game the other day. I think he's going to put together another one in this desperate spot. And we are going to fade the room. Let's go Brunson over 2.5 made threes. The volume will be there. At least 8 shots. And I think he's going to make 3 of them. Brunson over 2.5 made threes. Cat over 35.5 PR. Give me the Nationals. They're red hot. They've got the better pitcher going against San Francisco. They got bet, man. These baseball numbers are moving over the last hour since we talked about it. Minus 116. Give me the Nats. And I will take, let's take the Yankees. Braves. This is up to minus 185 now, Sam. Whew. They are getting smoked. But you put the Yankees and Braves, you get a plus number at plus 105. So that's
Good.
where I'm going there in baseball. All right, Jake.
I also, I'll go quick here, Jake. I did during the show bet the Braves at 18-1 World Series. Not a lightning bet, but I am now holding Brave stock.
All right. Debating it. It's something good to talk about early next week because Memorial Day, always a good marker of where exactly we think teams are at. Good sample size. What you got, Jake?
I'll be on the Brewers. I'll fade Skeens. Freddie Peralta has been really good this year. The Pirates cannot score, so I'll take the Brewers as dogs on the money line. Also, something that I mentioned yesterday, Matt Shaw still better than 10-1 for NL Rookie of the Year. AJ Smith-Shawver got lit up yesterday, so see ya. Drake Baldwin doesn't play every day. Luis Angel Acuna, I think, just struck out again. So somebody's not paying attention, but Shaw, I think, is our guy.
All right, Jake, have a good show today.
Thanks, man.
We'll be checking out Bet Slips and Bat Flips 1:30 Eastern right here on the network. Check out the Odyssey app. Thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM network. We'll be back Tuesday, Memorial Day on Monday. Enjoy that. We'll be back Tuesday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Enjoy it all right here. This is the BetMGM network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.